Alrighty, hello everybody. How are we doing today? Hope you're all ready for some more Masked Butcher, because it's been a couple of days since we last played. I was busy the past couple of days, but now we're so back, we're locked in, and we're ready to do some more conquests. I am slightly worried about the run. Just not to where like we're restarting or anything like that, but to where we might run into coalition problems eventually, you know, because we do take a decent chunk of land every time we go to war, and everybody has minus 200 opinion of us forever because like we cut the faces off of people and wear them, and for some reason people don't like that, and we have a really bad improved relations modifier. So once someone's mad at us, they're mad at us forever. Like there's no way to get them out of it. So I guess we're just gonna be fighting a lot of coalition wars, which means we need to be super ready to fight a lot of people all the time. Pretty much all the time. But you know what? We'll deal with it. And if we lose some land in a coalition war, we lose some land in a coalition war, right? Like that's just kind of how it goes. As long as we full state things, we'll have cores, so then we can reconquest it back. And that'll be pretty good. And if people do take land in a coalition, then it reduces the aggressive expansion we have on everybody. So we'll see. We'll just have to be a little bit cautious about that. I'm really thinking about like if we have to take things from the Empire, any more things, we might run into some issues where all of Canor joins into a coalition, which would be very unfortunate. I don't want to fight Goed if I don't have to, even though they probably will, because I think they were defender of the Regent Court. So we'll see. Hello, Moffleet, Kiri, Measley, Duke, Alexandrian Codex, Kiri. Oh, you got two hellos. Sin Lauren, Jezraya, and Zarduk. Hope you're all doing well today. Once again, OBS is not working for my chat. I don't know what I did wrong. I didn't change anything.
AI made it for the Yap.
Tofu D2, thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate that. You did, in fact, make it for the Yap. But for whatever reason, when I pull up chat on OBS, it's just like a white box. It's just an empty white box. And I don't know what I did wrong to make that happen. And I've tried reloading it, and I've tried a whole bunch of stuff, but nothing is seemingly working. I'll have to figure it out eventually. It's not a huge deal, but it is unfortunate. How's the fam? Good. The fam is good. Very, very good on this Memorial Day weekend. I thought the butchers got you again. No, those were 2 days of like planned. I was going to be gone. I just didn't have any time. I also haven't had any time to work on a YouTube video like I thought I was going to yesterday and today, which is unfortunate. I'm hoping to get a little bit done on it tonight, and then maybe some tomorrow morning. So, you know, the video might be coming out a little bit later, but I've been pretty packed on doing things. You notice there is a private vid in the Magisterium playlist. I have no idea. I can look. I got no clue. I mean, Magisterium was a long time ago, right? Super long time ago. But I can take a look for you. Playlists. Magisterium. I don't have the Magisterium popping up on my... Is that a regular YouTube thing? Was that on the regular YouTube channel, or was it on the VOD channel? Because it's not popping up on the VOD channel. Hey, Froyo. You have good news. You found milkweed assassin bug nymphs in the garden. Is it good that they're there, or good that you found them? Because usually when something's called assassin, that sounds kind of bad. But it could be assassinating something that needs to die. In which case, better, I guess. They eat other bugs? Okay. Do they eat bugs that are eating your plants? Because in that case, good. In that case, good. You're saying it's on the VOD channel? Well, I don't... Is it just called Magisterium? Because it's not popping up for me. What did I call it? I don't see it. So very good. Okay, good. I'm glad you've got those bugs. Ooh, this tag is one of the best narratives. Truly insano orcs from the mountains. They are definitely insane. There is no logic to what they're doing. You know, we are the bad guys. We are not apologetic about being the bad guys. We fully embrace being the bad guys because we don't care. Please secret clip of him picking his nose. That would never happen. That would never happen. That was so long ago. That was literally years ago. And it was only you for you. Only you saw it. There was no VODs at that time. Gone. Gone to the ether. Forever disappearing. Why have face if not to be stolen? That's a good point. I mean, you're just asking for it to get stolen. That's the logic I use when I rob people. I go, if you don't want to get stolen, why would you have it? Duh. Duh. Let's see here. Where is Magisterium? There's only two videos in it. There is, in fact, one private VOD. This is true. I don't know why I didn't make it public. Magisterium and Tlucked, huh? Oh god, this has got the old starting screen and everything. When there was no Yap. Back in the days when the Yap skippers were living life, when things were good, and there was no Yap. I don't know why this is private, to be honest with you. I don't really want to make it public at this point, because it'll be weird if a video from over 2 years ago goes public randomly, but I can unlist it for you if you want to watch it, and then I can give you a link to it. So if you really want to go watch it, you can. It's got the Magisterium and it's got Tlucked in it as well. So it's got both those things. DMCA, no, I just didn't make it public. It wasn't like it was stopped. So it's unlisted, but you know, if you really want to go watch it, there's the link. Save that for after the stream, of course. You have to watch the stream first, and then you can watch a video. We're not bad guys. We're just expressing our unique cultural heritage. No, I don't think we could get away with that. I think there is a line, undefined line, of what is a cultural attribute, right? A cultural phenomenon that should be respected by outsiders, even if they might disagree with it, and then cutting off people's faces. I think that kind of crosses the line. Yeah, pretty effectively. Not a good thing. Nobody benefits from that. Nobody, except for us, I guess. But, you know, not great. Thank you, Mr. Poe, God of the best Anbennar content. I do what I can. I do what I can. If the people demand hidden VOD that I don't know why it was just never published, I think I can manage that. It is a traditional right to wear other people's faces, and honestly, it's a little hurtful and ignorant of them to try to deny our culture. They're just being racist. Okay? They're just they are just racist that we are not allowed to kill people. It's a part of my culture. What are you gonna do about it, huh? Interesting. So-called progressive thinkers when I want to murder. How dare you? I'm just an orc. All right, we're just doing what we've always done. What was I gonna say? Oh, right. It's been 2 days since I last streamed, and I still feel like I haven't slept once. I don't know what it's been about this last week, but I go to bed and I wake up and I feel like I never went to bed. I don't know what I did, to be honest with you. I mean, I've got to be messing up something somewhere. Right, I'm not, you know, there's screen time near bedtime. Sure, that's true. I can cut back on that. I'm not eating a lot before I sleep. I'm not drinking a lot before I sleep, other than like water. But like, I wake up and I'm like, damn, I'm still tired. It is rough out here. Pull-up employees being 200% relatable. I don't know why. I'm sleeping. What am I doing? You go to ENT and you had the same thing, trying to be sleep apnea. But can you just like develop sleep apnea randomly? Like, I was fine 2 weeks ago, and then this past week, it's just been rough, super rough. I'm getting old. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm just getting old, and now I am just forever tired for literally forever. Well, that kind of sucks. Maybe what I got to do is just take some melatonin, take like 2 of those bad boys, and just zonk out for like 12 hours. Maybe that'll catch me back up on sleep. Except the problem is, then the next night, I won't be able to sleep because I'll have had so much sleep beforehand. And I don't like taking melatonin. I don't like taking medicine at all. I have to do it every day. But other than what I have to do, I try and restrict myself from anything because I don't like relying on medicine at all for anything. Ooga booga. Ooga booga, medicine bad. Do I suffer from hay fever? Nope. I do not. Cease your investigation showing you are certainly not being taken in your sleep to be experimented. Look, that's fine if someone or something's got to do experiments while I'm sleeping, okay? But if they could just make sure I get good rest at the same time, that'd be great. I'd really appreciate that. They get their test results, I get good sleep. You guys get YouTube videos. Everybody wins. But when I'm tired, then I don't have any drive to do anything. And then everybody loses, I guess, except for the people that are doing the experiments on me. They still win. How long do you sleep? Anywhere between 7 to 9 hours a night, depending on when I get to bed. Thursday, I only got like 6.5. So that's fat. That's fair. I'm still tired. But I wasn't able to because I was traveling. And I didn't get home until late. Time for a workout marathon till exhaustion. Well, I don't even have to start working out. I'm exhausted. Unless you mean I work out until I literally pass out on stream, which I don't know if that's against TOS. I think it might be though. I think that would count as self-harm to do that to yourself. That seems pretty bad. Sorry, that's in the Poem U Plus plan. You have the plan that avoids ads in your sleep for now. You know what's crazy? I got 2 stories about my time as a substitute in this past week, okay? Subbing in schools. Number 1, I'm sitting there watching YouTube during lunch. Like the nerd I am. I'm out here getting my EU4 hit when I can, all right? And I have to say that mobile YouTube is horrendous. It's so bad. I hate it. The ads that I get on mobile YouTube is wild. Every other one is a sex ad. And I've never, not hand over my heart, Scout's honor, okay? I've never clicked on one of those. That's just not my thing, you know? I just don't. That's not for me. And it's like, why? Why are you giving me this? No, I don't want to see what she looks like. Leave me alone. And I don't, to be fair, I don't have the targeted ads on, whatever they call those. I turn that off because I don't like it. I think it's bad. But that just means that all I get is sex ads now, which is very frustrating. Like, show me an ad about something cool. I'm not going to click on it either way, but I would like to see something different. And I said that out loud. And then a little bit later, I go to transition to, look for a new video. And it wasn't a sex ad. It was a real estate ad. Do you know where this real estate ad was for? No, you don't. Of course you don't. It was in North Carolina. I live on the other side of the country. It is like 3,000 miles away. And they're like, hey, you want to buy this random property in North Carolina? And I'm like, no, I don't. That's crazy. Why do I want this? Who wants this? Who wants to find their real estate agent through a random ad when watching YouTube? That doesn't feel like a very trustworthy place to find a real estate agent. That's wild. Absolutely wild. That's why you have premium. You put on some train videos or something for your kid and weird ads start, yeah, it's just weird ads. I don't get it. I don't know what other ads I'd want because I'm not going to click on them either way. But it would be nice to not get weird sex game ads all the time. All right. That was story number 1. Story number 2. I had a student the other day. I was like, Mr. Poemew, why is gambling illegal for people under 21? And I was like, oh, well, you know, the government has an incentive to not let young people create bad habits. You know, gambling's a very easy way to lose money and to get into large amounts of debt early on in life. The government has an incentive to stop you from doing that as a way of kind of helping control these things. And they're like, so the government doesn't want you to make money. And I was like, no, you thinking that gambling can make you money is exactly why you're not allowed to gamble. It's like, that's why it doesn't make you money. And he's like, oh, so you're a bad gambler. And I'm like, no, man, I just don't gamble. That's crazy. This kid's like, no, I'm going to start gambling because I'll make money off of it. It's like, you sucker, you fool, you absolute dummy. You are going to get got. You're going to get got and they're going to take all your money. Starting to sound like an Atrioc stream because I told a child not to gamble. I suppose that's fine. I think it's a good thing to tell people. Let's do some sports betting. Don't get me started. Don't get me started on the billions of dollars Americans have lost because of sports betting in the past like 5 years. Ooh, don't. No. I don't know how you put that back in the bag, but you gotta put that cat back in the bag. A sucker is born every minute. I'd gamble with that kid. You can take all their money, take all their allowance. The EU5 trailer for every ad, I'd be fine with that. Are you oh, teacher? I'm a substitute teacher. I do the substituting. Never gambled and get DraftKings ads 24/7. It's bad, man. It's bad. I think gambling's bad. That's my hot take. I think it's fine if people want to go and gamble. I cannot tell them to not do so, right? It's not my money. It's not my time. But I do think it's bad that sports gambling is so prevalent in sports now, where you have stadiums that are sponsored by sports gambling. And so when you have young, impressionable children, specifically young men who are more likely to gamble, seeing all the time the kind of sports gaming websites be like, oh yeah, play now, your first $50 is free. I think that's very insidious and makes me want to say things that I'm pretty sure are against TOS. So I will not say them, but I will say that perhaps the government should use its power to stop that. Power that it has. Some of the powers that they have. Maybe. And the government has a lot of powers. You don't know what I'm saying, okay? I can be saying anything. The legal power could be it. It could be. You don't know. But I do think it's bad. I'll take predatory gambling is bad, actually. Yeah, it is. It's pretty bad. Need to get it off the phones. If you want to gamble, you should have to put on pants. Yeah, I think that's like the bare minimum. I think you should not be able to gamble on your phone. And I think that's very obvious to gamers because we know how easy it is to get on your phone and just kind of do something, right? There's this, it's not even like a generational gap. There's a gap between hardcore gamers and like casual gamers, like moms that game or young kids that are starting to get into gaming, right? Where if you're over here, we've all seen this shit before, right? We've seen the loot boxes and the predatory practices, and we're a little bit more adept. Now, some people they keep falling for it. They can't help themselves. They're like, no, this crypto coin will be the one. This is the one. But that has other reasons. Like, we can identify what's going on and be like, yeah, not going to happen. But these people over here that haven't, you know, just the dad that works a 9 to 5 and comes home and watches a basketball game, he is not prepared for that. for how easy it is to get stuck in gambling on your phone. You know, people love gacha games. I do not, but a lot of people love gacha games, which is just gambling. It's just gambling. But the thing is, a lot of the gacha games, you don't necessarily have to buy things. Of course, they try to incentivize that. But with gambling, you know, sports gambling, you have to bet money. $50 goes away like that, right? Your first $50 free is nothing in the grand scheme of things if they can get you to keep betting. I think it's very bad. Very bad, very dangerous. I'm part of the Matrix? True. I'm just part of the Matrix. Just an NPC over here. Where you live, they just decided to allow sports gambling. It was banned until the assembly voted to allow it. Bad idea. I don't know. It's a complicated issue because as economic prospects for the average person becomes worse, the desire to look for a way out becomes greater. And so higher risk ventures are more likely to be supported by people who feel like they don't have economic opportunities, right? So as the average person has less purchasing power, they're going to be more willing to support things that are not good for them, that will not work, but could work, hypothetically, that could help them out. And so it's like, I can't blame people for trying to do that, but that's like kind of like the purpose of government, is to make sure that people don't hurt themselves or others at the same time. Oh, I finished my big book. It's like 1,000 pages on the history of Western political thought book. Good stuff. Good stuff. It took me a while to get through. Very, very dense. Very heavy with lots of information, but was very enjoyable to read. Hot take: gambling with actual monetary losses for suckers and should be shamed. Is that compared to gambling on your waifus? Is there a difference there? I mean, there is very clearly a difference. You can't use waifus to buy food. You can use money to buy food. Well, so far, at least until now. You never know. So you should buy the NFT. Yeah, for sure. This is the one. You'll be the one that comes out on top. Everybody else will lose, but you're him. Also, I feel like sports gambling is skill-based, even though it's not. Well, that's because that's what they're told. Right? They're told, oh yeah, if you know sports, you'll win. And it's like, no, dumbass, you won't win. They wouldn't let you do it if you'll win. That's why you can't count cards. Casinos will just get you kicked out. You cannot win. You're here to lose. And again, if you're an adult and you're responsible and you're fine with spending that money, it's like spending money any other way, right? When I buy EU5's 17th DLC, it's not any different than someone going out and gambling. At that point, it'd be like $200 for a DLC. So like $200 to have fun. Like, that's fine. The problem is it usually doesn't stop there.
We are so back.
We are so back. Thank you, Captain Wallers, for 23 months. Waiting for gaming and United States credit rating to meet in the middle. Funny. Big casinos aren't even fun. The slots are all made by the same company. Yeah, like a lot of gambling doesn't really appeal to me. On casinos, I've been through Nevada quite a few times. Been to Vegas a few times. I don't like the smell of cigarette smoke. And that pretty much kills every casino. I mean, that's kind of it. Like, for me, there's no reason to go in there. I don't like breathing the air in, so I'm just not going to go. That's where the first line is drawn. What bothers you is it wasn't voted on by the state as a whole, just by the assembly. I suspect there's a lot of campaign donations. Oh yeah, classic. Not bribery. No, not bribery. Lobbying. It's different. It's totally different. Counterpoint: casinos are job creators. Well, you got me there. Assassins. Hey, they're job creators. What do you, you know? There's a need in the market. Therefore, it should be filled. Electronic gambling could be okay if it's forced to be contained to the app. You only think a $5 chip pack is much worse than a battle pass FOMO skin. That's fair. Weird they banned cigs indoor here. The bars were so mad. Well, I think a lot of the casinos have. They have like smoking sections now. But the cigarette smoke is just baked into the walls and the floors and the tables and everything that when any casino I went into, anytime you get near the actual like gambling floor, it just smelled like cigarette smoke. It's just there. Unless they tear the whole building down, it will always smell like smoke. No matter how much they try. But yeah. I just thought it was kind of funny that a student said that. It was like, oh, it's just a good way to make money. It's like, no, man. Don't do it. Ciggy smoke is a good idiot deterrent. Are you calling me an idiot because I don't like the smell of cigarette smoke? What? That's crazy. They also have extra oxygen added to the air in many casinos to make people feel more awake and energetic. Maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I need to inject more oxygen into my space here, and then I'll feel more awake and more energetic. And then I don't need to sleep as much. Huge. We're figuring it out. It's all coming full circle today. The design of casinos is fascinating. If by fascinating you mean terrifying, yeah, I agree. So a houseplant. Okay, look at this guy. Look at this guy bringing up very normal, regular ways to add oxygen to your environment. I was thinking like canned oxygen or something. Yeah, I guess I could add a houseplant in, except I don't have a green thumb. At least I haven't in the past. I've killed succulents. I don't got it. I just don't got it. My grandfather did. He had a green thumb, but I did not inherit that, apparently. It's not genetic. At least not for me. So sad. So sad. They have flavored oxygen now too? Okay, that just sounds ridiculous. I need my oxygen to taste like oxygen. That's it. It's like water. I think people that drink flavored water are babies. That's my toxic trait. I think people that need flavored water, carbonated water are babies. You should just be able to drink the water. You're a grown-ass adult. Simply get the water from the fridge, from the tap, I don't know, from a water bottle, and drink it. You need a potted serpent bloom? No. Because what if it becomes Bungus? I don't have a wife, but Bungus could be waiting in the wings. He's willing to wait years. I can't get cucked by a mushroom in real life. That'd be real sad. Tread on dangerous grounds here? No, I'm a man of my principles, okay? This is a hill I will die on. You, right here, all of you, should be able to just drink water. Not flavored water, not carbonated water, not colored water, just water. Coffee's like, okay, that's fine. You can drink coffee. That's different. I'm saying that you should be able to just drink water in order to stay hydrated. You drink out of a hose? That's right. That's how we used to do it back in the day. Cold water is so goated. Warm is worse than dirt. You've never been thirsty before. I will not argue that cold water is better than warm water. But warm water can absolutely be very nice to have if you're thirsty enough, right? If you're like outside working, like during summers when I was younger, I would go work on my grandfather's farm, and you take a water bottle with you and you try to put it in the shade, but sometimes there's just not enough shade. And warm water is very good, very, very good when your throat is very parched. But cold water, absolutely better, 100%. You do drink water, but sometimes like to drink different other than hot drinks. I mean, that's fine, right? I'm not out here saying you can only drink water. If you drink anything other than water, sinful. bad. Imagine. No, I'm just saying that you should be able to drink water as an adult, to just drink the water because you need the water. That 2 a.m. cup of water. Oh, when you wake up in the middle of the night and your throat's dry and you're like, oh God, I can barely breathe. And you reach over and you grab your glass of water and you drink it. There's not much water better than that. It just hits in a different way. There's like, you can feel the relief just go through your body and you're like, okay, time to go back to bed. Good stuff. Good stuff. Working at your grandparents' farm, you had water-filled bottles and ice-filled bottles. That way you could have cold water all day. Yep, you pre-freeze the water. Classic. Classic. The city water smells like lake if you let it sit for more than 5 minutes. You're very sad. Okay, yeah, well, you got to get a filter. That's pretty bad. Oh, we love crumbling infrastructure, dude. We love crumbling infrastructure. I don't know. I've always had pretty good water, luckily. Talking about your 70-year-old nan who calls water poison. Yeah, that's crazy. You've been on this earth for 70 years and you think you shouldn't drink water? That's a rough one. Why would you drink the inferior version of water if I don't have to? See, this is... What's the superior version of water? Ring? What is the superior version of it? What's better than water? H2O, carbonated. Gulag. Send me to the gulag. The penguin gulags, okay? No, no, no. Carbonated water is the worst of all the waters. You don't need silly little bubbles in your water, okay? Drink your water without the carbonation. If God being the cube, of course, as we all know, if God intended us to drink carbonated water, it would be carbonated right out of the river, all right? But it's not. It's not. It's not carbonated, so you should just drink it. Water, no, it's not water 2.0. Okay, that's a lie. That's a lie. It's just water, but for some reason you don't hydrate enough and you got to trick yourself into drinking it. I had a roommate in college like that. She did not drink water. Why? I don't know. I don't know. It is weird. Like, I drink a lot of water. I do. But I also did a lot of athletics growing up. So I don't know if that's why. It's because I was always needing water because I was always sweating. And now I've just kept up the habit. Or maybe I just recognize that I need water. Also, you're correct. Carbonated water does suck. It's not enjoyable. Sorry. It's just bad. Herbal tea, good alternative for flavored water and has less chemicals. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's true. That's true. Probably they were on track to get the lead out of the pipes. Okay, well, first of all, lead builds character. A little bit of lead in your system, it just, you know, sharpens the mind. It lets you see the real truths out there. You won't be tricked by anybody. No, no, no. You got to listen to the whispers in your head. They're telling you the real truth. But mineral water is mineral water right out of the mountain spring. Fine. You can drink that, but only if it's actually right out of a mountain spring. They can't be adding in minerals afterwards. Boy, just enjoys peeing. That's why he drinks so much. True. I love spending time in the bathroom, you know? It's such a cool place to hang out. So I'm like, yeah, if I just drink more water, then I have an excuse. Compared to me going in there without an excuse. I guess. Because you can't just go into your own bathroom if you wanted to? I don't know about this one. Lead made this country great. Yeah. That's... yeah. True. It's good for the education system. It is not. You hate and hated working out, and you love water. You just build different. Built well. There's a bunch of natural fizzy water springs in your town. I've had... Is it lithium water? I think is what I had. Tasted real bad. Real bad. That is not water I would drink all the time. But it's kind of like there was like a fountain for it in a park, and so you drink it, and it's like, oh, gross. And then you trick your friends into drinking it as well, and they go, oh, that's gross. I find this interesting. They used to line amphoras with lead and Rome. They stored a sauce in them. The acidic sauce, you leach the lead into it and create lead acetate, which tastes sweet. The theory is that the richer you were, the more you had of this stuff, so the more likely you were to go insane. God forbid a man have a good time. You know, God forbid you can't just drink a little bit of lead. That is wild, though. That is very wild. Ooh, can make mineral water easy. Throw some lead and copper in a lithium battery in a basin of water. It's basically like holy water when you think about it. Just throw a battery in there, it'll be fine. How dare people like sweet things? Yeah, I know. Well, what a crime. What a crime. To be fair and balanced, the water in Missouri is so hard that it forms sediment layers that prevents lead from leaching into the water. That sounds like its own problem. That doesn't sound right. I don't think water is supposed to do that. It doesn't where I live. My water just moves. It just does water things. Oh, secret lead sauce exposed. Time to open a restaurant with our secret sauce. Maybe one day. You might be able to get away with that soon enough. Just say that lead is actually good for you. It's true. The Romans did it, so it couldn't be wrong. Romaboos would fall for that in an instant. They'd be like, oh, I get to be more Roman? Absolutely. I'm in. We'd lose them all, but you know, life's a battle. And if you're a Romaboo, you've picked hard mode. I don't know what to tell you. Speaking of hard mode, CK3 is a hard mode now. And very hard, technically. Isn't it the same reason tomatoes were considered poisonous? The acidity of the tomatoes reacted with the lead plates people ate from? I haven't heard that, but that'd be crazy. Why do I have Yggdrasil above your penguins? It's not Yggdrasil. It's the tree of life. And I liked it. I'm only 5% Irish. But I liked the thing. And I needed to put something on my wall, and I was like, okay, I'll get that. Counter narrative. Penguins are actually pagans. And the pagan world conquest is going to start soon. So I'm just making sure they know which side I'm on. And I'm firmly on the side of the pagan penguins. Sorry, humanity. I'm a betrayer. Is that a boy doing a push-up? It is. Penguins hate doing push-ups. Because their little beaks get in the way. Because, you know, they got short little flippers and they can't do push-ups. I thought it was funny. I just think it's very funny. Lead can actually prevent COVID. If you die of lead poisoning, you can't get sick. That's true. Real. Penguins into Norse mythology, huh? I'm sure you could do something with that. As long as they're not that kind of into Norse mythology. Man, Romans, Norse mythology. Gotta be careful. Gotta be real careful about people that like those things. You never know. They could just be interested in it. Or they could be Nazis. It's a roll of the dice. Who knows, man? Who knows? It's sad. Because liking the Romans could be so cool. And liking Norse mythology could be so cool. But, you never know. Is the future Mrs. Poe into penguins? I don't know. I'll let you know when I figure it out. All right. Where's the pic of Stan Smith looking at the chart in his fridge about Roman / Norsevoos? I don't know. The new super cure for all illness, death. Solves all your problems. Dread the day that Nazis appropriate penguins? Me too. At that point, I don't know what I do. Nothing is sacred. Truly nothing is sacred. Right, I brought up that CK3 has hard mode now. And I did technically one campaign as it. I started in 867 as a tribal Gaelic character in Scotland. And it did not solve my problems with the game, unfortunately. I think that One Proud Bavarian made a really good video about it. I watched that today about difficulty in CK3, what it actually means, and how hard mode does not address the problems of it. I would recommend watching it if you are into that kind of thing. But long story short, I agree that CK3 doesn't need to be hard, but it does need to have its central core design be okay with failure. And it does not right now. And so even if they give the AI bonuses, like it makes mercs cheaper for the AI, hard mode does, makes mercs cheaper, realms more stable, the characters get less stress, they get men at arms for cheaper, and the maintenance is cheaper. Their levies come back faster. They might be more aggressive. There's a couple other things. And then it makes it for the player, selling prisoners is worth less money. Your amount of alliances goes down because the AI doesn't want to make alliances with you because it's like, oh, too many alliances when you try and make an alliance in CK3. They get a little bit more picky about that. So really you get like one alliance and then they're like, no, not interested. Which doesn't really solve the problem of CK3's difficulty and interactivity for me. But I do appreciate that they tried. That has to be said. They did, in fact, try to make the game more difficult. They gave options, and that is appreciated. But I don't think that it can be done through game rules, which is what One Proud Bavarian also said, which makes me feel pretty good about my take since he's played a lot of CK2 and CK3. I feel pretty good if we're on the same page. How I've done it, unreasonable request is what it is. I think the game needs to have a total kind of relook at how they approach mechanics, right? And they have to be okay with people bitching and complaining about things being difficult, right? I think the economy doesn't really work. Like, it works for sure, but it's way too snowbally, and it's honestly just not that interesting. You build your buildings, you make the money, that's it. Like, I want trade. I want at least basic trade. There should be mechanics that are difficult to deal with that you can't just choose to succeed on, right? Like, one of the things that got nerfed was diseases. Apparently, when the diseases came out, people were very upset because disease would show up and it would destroy their country and destroy their development and it would kill a bunch of people, and they were really upset about that, so they scaled them back. I think diseases are kind of cool. I think it's kind of interesting that sometimes you just get got. Disease hits, half your court's dead. Your development drops by 5. Well, what now? I think that leads to interesting roleplay scenarios. But they brought it back and they nerfed it. That's what these diseases did. I know. I know. And that's why I think it's interesting. But overall, CK3 does not want you to fail, which is, that's like fine. They shouldn't try to make you fail. It should just be okay to fail. Like, it should be okay if you just fail a skill issue. You lost. Like, it happens. It happens. Also, the paradox sacrifices too much difficulty for the sake of fun camp. See, I disagree with that. I don't think that the difficulty and fun are two opposite sides of the scale. I just don't think that's true. I think there can be fun in difficulty. I'm not asking CK3 to be Elden Ring or Dark Souls. You know, it's like I want there to be things that push back against what I'm trying to do. I want there, other than just getting declared on by a conqueror who has more troops because they're a conqueror, I want there to be something that pushes back. And I want that same pushback on the AI. Right? I want realms to rise, and I want realms to fall, and I want them to be dynamic, and I want it to always be changing. But it just doesn't really do that. And hard mode, in some ways, makes that worse, because then the AI is super stable, and they just sit there. And it's like, yeah, okay, if you're min-maxing, and you want to like go up against stronger nations and whatnot, I'm sure hard mode's great. Right? If that's what you're looking for, it probably solves the problem. But that's not what I'm looking for. And I guess I've never really communicated what I'm looking for in the correct ways. And that's on me. That's my L. Because I always say, oh, CK3 is too easy. CK3 is too easy. And it's like, okay, but what does that mean? What does it mean when I say CK3 is too easy? That it's not doing the right things? Is it really a difficulty thing? Or is it that the game mechanics are not doing what I would want them to do? Right? And I think it's more of the latter. Feudal contracts to me are not that interesting. Clan stuff, it's not that interesting to me either. Neither is tribal. Nomads, not really either. Because what is the interaction that you have? In this game about character interactions, that's what it is. You're playing a character. What do you truly do to interact with people? Like what is the relationship between myself as the King of England and my vassal, the Duke of Cornwall? Not much. It might be that you improve relations with them once. Maybe you make a royal marriage, and maybe you put them on your council. And then that's kind of it. Right? Unless they declare war on you in some way through a faction. Like, that connection doesn't mean anything. And I think that's real disappointing. Yeah, it's just another dude you own, which is it makes the character of the Duke of Cornwall into nothing more than a province in EU4, in my mind. Now, maybe that's just my playstyle. Maybe it's a skill issue. Pay more attention. But, role play more. But I think role play without some kind of guidelines or friction pushing back against you is never going to be as enjoyable for me than... Well, it's going to be more enjoyable if there's something pushing back, something working against you, compared to just being open and you need to make the decision on whether you're going to do something or not, right? D&D is fun because the Dungeon Master is putting obstacles in your way. It wouldn't be very fun if you just showed up and it's like, all right, you saved the world. The end. And so I think the main things that need to happen is I would love to see more interactivity between subjects and overlords, and subjects and other subjects, right? I think there's a lot missing there. And I don't know exactly how to do that. Which means, I'm just yapping. I have no solution. But it would be nice that if I was trying to conquer outside of my realm, that my rival and opposing vassal could somehow do something to stop me, to hurt me, to impede on me. Like I want, and maybe that makes me lose. Like game over lose. I done goof real bad. I think that's fine, especially now that you can become an adventurer. There's really no losing unless your dynasty gets wiped out. I think the economy needs a rework. I might have done I might have done World Conquest in CK3 last week. I might have accidentally done a World Conquest in CK3 last week in the later start date, starting as Temujin and becoming Genghis Khan. I can't help myself. I just kind of started one night and I was like, oh yeah, I'll check this out. And then I just did that thing. Oops. My bad. Yikes. You know how I am when I get put in a horde. I just can't help myself. And I forget what I was going to talk about. I got lost thinking about it. Oh, I was going to talk about nomads. Nomads. I think the nomads are one of the things. I like the idea of how the nomads play. I do. I think it's fun. It's way too strong and way too stable. And that's the problem. That's a huge problem for me. But even when realms are not stable, it never feels right to me. That, you know, like let's say I have a vassal in Georgia, and I have a vassal in Denmark. They join the same Liberty faction. Now, I think the problem is, if they didn't join the same Liberty faction, no faction would ever rise up. They would all join their own factions, and then you're just sitting there and you win forever. But like, as a nomad, it's very easy to win, and your building upgrades are super cheap and they build super fast, and you outscale everybody super quickly, which was kind of sad, because what I wanted was to suffer and to struggle as a nomad to barely make a living, and then at some point to try and make the journey south somewhere and try and survive. But no one's ever going to beat you. No one's ever going to beat you as a nomad. It's just not going to happen. Distant throw singing. I mean, yeah, it's just what you do. Just what you do. I'd love to see more meaningful and impactful court dynamics, like some incredibly important historical figures never held land. Yeah, that would be... So my ideal rework of courts, not like the courts DLC with the stuff, you know, that's just another example of you just get power for spending money, and money's pretty easy to get in the grand scheme of things. But of your council and your vassals, is that you would no longer need to have your powerful vassals on your council. Maybe there's like a separate council for your powerful vassals, but I don't think it makes any sense why some powerful duke is sitting there as your marshal all the time. Like, why would he want to do that? He has his own realm to run. I would love to see some other interactions in that way. And your court council can work against your powerful vassal council, and that can cause internal conflicts. I think that'd be really interesting. I think they need food in CK3. Now, what I'm not asking for is EU5 food. I don't think CK3 needs that. Right? Just wait for EU5 for that. But a big part of feudal relations, at least in Europe, was about the control of food, of growing it, and part of your tribute to your overlord was food. And I understand that it's abstracted away into gold right now, but I think it's so important that they already have the fertility mechanics. It's right there. Like, just porting that over into some way for that to affect feudal relations, I think would be really interesting. And that would give you 3 things to change on a contract: levies, levies, gold, and food. Yeah, you know, it just be like that, you know? It just be like that. I don't feel like there's enough character interaction in CK3 for a game about characters. I feel like it's mostly event interaction. You just get random events, which is fine. I like events. But I would love to see some conflicts. I would love to see an expanded and changed building mechanic. Building castle, farm, military building in every single province gets a little old, and you could make the argument, well, don't do that then. Do something else. Like, yeah, okay, I guess. But because there's no zone of control and there's no military access, you have to build a fort on every province. You have to. Because otherwise the AI will just walk through. They'll take the attrition hit and just walk through and siege everything down. Which is very frustrating. What's kind of annoying is that CK is really not very good at representing anything other than the feudal ideal that you rarely ever saw outside maybe France. Yeah. That's fair. Magic is in CK3 or CK2. Can't wait to start sacrificing to Satan in your historical simulator. I think they specifically said they're going to stay away from stuff like that. They wanted to be more historical, which I think is fine. Yeah, I don't think CK3 hard mode addresses what I was looking for. And I don't think adding China is going to address those problems either. I think it's only going to make it worse. I bought the expansion for this CK3 thing. We're going to play some CK3 at some point in the future here, by the way. Is my plan at least. Maybe not anytime soon, but at some point during the next probably month, we'll do a CK3 campaign. But I see adding even more to the map is more evidence that we'll never get the kind of interactivity I'm looking for. We should make a vanilla magic mod so you can just add the stuff into vanilla CK3 if you want. I mean, I'm sure there is. You can also play God Heritage, which has its own like magic system. That's like high fantasy magic, but it is magic. For instance, England's always lacked things like parliamentary representation and the power of the landed gentry and low knightly classes, which marked English feudalism, and it's lacked the bastardization of feudalism that you saw in England and some places in Germany. Own republics. Give me republics already, you Swedish bastards. Yeah, I know people really want to play republics. Didn't play CK2, so I'm not sure where that comes from, but I do think it'd be interesting. Add trade. Give me trade, damn it. Doesn't have to be complicated trade. It's not Victoria 3. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm just saying there's got to be trade of some kind. Otherwise, everyone just builds fucking heavy infantry all the time. And there's no reason not to. I won't mind Asia if they can pull it off. Mongol time could be awesome. I mean, I'm not against them adding that part of the map in. Like, I'm totally for that. It's just every time the map gets bigger, the less likely it gets that they're going to add in large revisions to mechanics. Because it would be that much more that they would have to check for balancing and whatnot. Wish the ASOIF mod didn't nerf gold income to the ground. Otherwise, you play that more. What is the ASOIF mod? A Song of Ice and Fire. I got it. I connected the dots. Boo, CK3 stream bad, but if you want to go for it. Well, I've got a... I want to do a Nomad run. I don't know if I want to spoil what I want to do. I don't know. When does the next CK3 DLC come out? When does Heaven's Word come out? What's it called? The Kingdom of Heaven? Right? Something like that. All under heaven. They haven't announced it. It's just later this year. Use mods? I would use mods. Though I'm not sure which mods I would use. I want to try to create the Mongolian Empire without clicking the decision to become Khan of Khans. And I want to see how difficult it is. Because Khan of Khans is stupid strong. Like, don't click the button because it's fun. It's fun to just gain like 100% cavalry combat ability and more army movement speed and no rebellions literally ever. They literally cannot rebel against you. Your vassals can't if you're the Khan of Khans. But I want to try and do it without that, with all the rebellions, to see if it's possible. I think it could be kind of fun. But I would probably want to wait to do that after the expansion comes out. That way, you can do the full empire. And also that way, because the way that you do the world conquest with Temujin, the achievement is you need to start as him in 1129 or something. And through him or his descendants, you have to conquer the world. Right? I did it just as him. Took me twice, technically. I did do one restart because I could do it better. And he died, which sucked. You can do it within his lifetime, not too difficultly, as long as you kind of understand how to do world conquests. But you would not be able to do that if you did not click the Khan of Khans. And I think it would be a fun campaign. And I like playing hordes. And so I want to do it. Which plays the best nomads? Centaurs! Yo! Real. You don't see how Asia doesn't make the game run even worse speeds. I haven't been running into... Well, actually, that's not true. After 1400... Not 1400. 1300. After 1300, the game started to crawl. The main problem I'm having with CK3 right now is crashes. The game just crashes. It'll freeze my computer, and I don't know why. It's only CK3. Any other game I play, I'm fine. I'm chilling. It doesn't happen. But CK3, there's something happening there, and I don't understand why, but it's messing things up, and it freezes my computer. Which is one of the reasons why I'm a little bit hesitant to stream CK3, because I don't want that to happen in the middle of a stream. But I do still want to play. Do I like Stellaris hordes? Are you talking about the NPCs? The Marauders? No, because I can't play as them. Playing as a horde in Stellaris? I never played as one. Isn't 1300 like 1820 in EU4? Yes, but there's a start date close to it now. Was it 1300? Am I just thinking of the Stellaris game? And I mean, I had some big lag issues at the end of my CK3 run, for sure. Whatever date it was. I don't remember when. But that's what I get for conquering the world. The Exterminators or whatever they're called? Oh, Determined Exterminators? No. Well, we played Determined Exterminators, to be fair. We played Devourers in the last Stellaris run. I thought it was fun. But it doesn't give me the same fun that I get from playing hordes in EU4, for example. I think it's because I don't get a raise province button. I love raising provinces. Ooh, I love raising provinces. I click the funny little button and I get monarch points. So we love to see. Ooh. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. All right, let's get to gaming, yeah? Lots of yapping. Time for gaming. They're the closest to hordes and Stellaris. Just instead of raising provinces, you raise pops. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I still don't enjoy them as much as playing hordes. I don't know why. One of those things, I guess.
2 whole years.
Yo, Rafa Kuglo, thank you for the 2 years. That is a lot of years. 2. Thank you very much. Said the Centaurs won't be in CK3 Benar at release. Are they only doing Canor for Canor and Bulwar for CK3 Benar? Or are they just not adding in the Centaurs, but the Forbidden Plains is still there? I mean, they've got to have the whole thing, right? Canor, Bulwar, and North Sarhal. The Hare can't even form his empire. And Middle Dwarvar. Okay. Is the Middle Dwarvar just orcs and goblins? Because the dwarves aren't going to be able to do anything. Unless... they're doing Kenor and Bulwar and trying to get those regions feature complete before adding more. That's the way to do it. Segmandal. Oh, the Segmandal. Gotcha. Right. Segmandal is still all dwarves. True, true, true. So they're not going to add in the Western Serpent Spine? I guess it's fair. You could make them nomadic. I don't know if that's what they'd want to do, though. Kugdir is in, but the rest of the West Serpent Spine isn't in yet. Alright. And in the Northwest Spine is really hard. It is really hard. Because what do you do with it? You know? It's full of orcs. We know that. But the orcs don't leave the Serpent Spine. Not in any large amount. Unless you're willing to let the green tide happen early. You know? I get why it would be a difficult thing. And maybe it's just off the map for 3K Benar. I mean, that might just be the solution. Nope. Sorry. It's an unplayable region. Proclaim yourself Dukinson's heir. Do the green tide early. Kugdir is entirely kobolds? Yo! Huge. Kobolds on top. Start the gray tide 100 years before the green tide. Exactly. What you have to do. Oh, let us see some content for trolls in the Anbennar U4 mod, but others had a blast with it. There are some trolls that have content. Let me swap over to the actual thing here. Redivere. Never catch alive. It could be an hour late and still not miss the yapping. Well, we are wrapping up the yapping, but you made it just in time to technically not be a yap skipper. Congratulations. Congratulations. Or Auber Troll. Auber Troll up here, they're trolls and they have content. But that is the only one that has full content. I mean, there are some events and whatnot for Yazel Mora, but it's not fully done yet. And I don't think the friendly trolls have anything either in Grishood. So it really is just Auber Troll. I think these guys are also trolls. Yeah. I don't think they have anything either. Kind of like both Grishood and 2832. What do you mean 2832? Is it this guy? 2832. You play them? Orb Troll is great. True. Elf Soup. Can't go wrong. Can't go wrong with some Elf Soup. Grishood is in progress. Ooh, nice. Okay. Good to know. Here we are. Here we are again with the Masked of Butchers. Nedvendir has no city, just a province name, so it just says 2832. So that's what you call them. Hey, fair enough. In the green tide, see the gray tide, now put your hands together for the black tide, for the masked tide. All right, we are Masked Butcher. We probably should have taken espionage ideas, but it's fine. We'll survive. We just got out of a war with Sariand, and we took our claims. Now, people are somewhat upset by the things that we have done, which is unfortunate, and they're going to hate us forever because we have a mask of their face, and we're monstrous, and we're not going to become not monstrous because everybody's going to hate us anyways. Right now, we were moving north. I think to fight... I think the plan was to fight Rail Skulker, but then I realized that I couldn't take everything they owned, and so I was like, oh, okay. Then I will fight Silver Tusk. But then I was like, oh, Silver Tusk is guaranteed by Sirenvar. And I was like, oh, our truce with Sirenvar is up in 2 years, so I could wait to go to war with them. And then I can take land off of Ashenionde that I need without fighting the Emperor. And then I was like, oh, wait, we can't do that because I don't have a border with them. And then I was like, okay, then we'll fight Corvuria, who is also guaranteed by Sirenvar, and Grombar is the defender of the Coronite faith. And so I didn't know who exactly I wanted to go to war with. Now, I'm going to try to threaten war. Does not accept it. So, I think we need... to fight Corvuria. And then we force Sirenvar to stop guaranteeing Silver Tusk. And then we fight Silver Tusk. We take this province, and then we can fight Rail Skulker. And then we could fight Shattered Crown. Because I need Ernatvir and Verkal Kozanad for a mission, I believe it is. No, I need Mithradum. I need Mithradum. Yikes. Okay. We also need to continue to develop Hunthum with a temple and a mage tower. We need to focus Harpies. That's this province. We're currently coring it up. And this, they want me to own everything in the Daravant's Folly region. And this needs 30 provinces in the Deep Woods, and I need 3 mage towers. I am going to build a fort on that province, and a fort on this province was my hope. I'm going to delete that temple, build a fort here. We are going to secure this grove. We're going to make sure it's safe, so that way when people are teleporting around, they show up in here. All right? Let's get a move on. We are going to go to war with Corvuria. Now, we definitely want to get our special CB before we do that. There are some expeditions we could be doing and probably should be doing. I think Gibber just died. Yep. Gibber did in fact die. The cube is here. People are flipping rebellion. It's chaos. And chaos is a ladder or whatever. We're going to want to take advantage of that for sure. We need to go and take out Avdel Ludum as well at some point. They don't really need to be around anymore. We're getting 14 admin a month, which is good because we are behind on our admin tech. And the next admin tech does unlock... What's the word I'm trying to say? The next idea group. And we do want that idea group. Get our 5-6 general up in the front. 4 siege general can come in afterwards. We'll see some land here. You know what? I'm building these forts, but I think we're just going to go in and rush down Sirenvar and try and get them pieced out during this Corvuria war. Once we get our CB here in a second. And I guess we hope that this fort holds long enough. Wasn't I building a fort here? Yeah, I was. Again, I'd rather not do this war right now. I'd rather do a different war, but I don't really have a choice. So let's submit to the Frenzy. That gives us Blood Frenzy CB. I am about to max out on mill points. I need 2 generals. Who wants to be a general? We have Dukin's Guidance for about another year. I would love more than just a year of Dukin's Guidance, but we're stuck with what we've got. Like, I could wait, I suppose, technically speaking. There's nothing illegal about me waiting. But I kind of want to go to war. Unless I do wait. But if I want to take this off of Ashenionde, it's so difficult. It's so difficult. I think we just got to do it. I think we just got to do it. All right, Blood Frenzy, Corvaria. Remember, Blood Frenzy gives us 70% cost and 80% aggressive expansion. So if we had chosen Espionage Ideas, that would have been 60%, which would have been really nice. But oh well, we're already here. No point in trying to go back now. I've already clicked the Declare War button. The funny little Declare War button. And I am going to ignore their vassals, and I'm going to go straight for their capital. I'm losing 9 ducats a month. How am I losing money? Oh no, I got stopped by this fort. Okay. Dwarven Marketplace found. That's nice. Yeah, we're just going to have to accept that all that's going to get sieged down. You are a cracked general? You are a cracked general. That is true. Okay, you're going to go to the capital. General Hospital. Manpower recovery speed sounds great right now. I do have 2 colonists. Until I can get vision on these provinces, I cannot use them. I'm not too worried about it. I do need to upgrade these forts over here, but I'm losing money. Oh, I have a lot of corruption. Yeah. A lot of corruption. Our missionaries are costing us a bunch of money at the moment. But it doesn't matter. We have to be converting. Always be converting. I'm going to send you guys to get some occupations going. Go for Marketplace found. Okay. Natural Scientist is dead. How's the Navy looking? We definitely do not have naval supremacy. Why? Oh, okay, it's Grombar. That's not as big of a deal. Grombar is not likely to bring their navy down. So if we can just... Oh, we even captured a heavy. Nice. We can just get through here. I just don't want them to be blockading me for no reason. We are at war with Nathalair again. Are you in the Empire yet? No. There's a loan. I suppose that's fine. Okay, we've taken that fort. Sirenvar would peace out. We need them to give up that guarantee. Let's... Weird pathing. I don't like that pathing. Yeah, I want them to walk around. Both of you need to move up here. Okay, there's Sirenvar's capital. That should be enough to get him out of here. I could take money. I think I will. Now you two can come back together and take Diplotech. They do have a wall breach. We could be real sneaky here. Can you get that general? And you can get that general. We're gonna walk down to this province. Oh, he's blocking me off. Maybe I'm not that sneaky. Maybe he's the sneaky one. He's the real sneaky guy. Okay, we're starting Chessie Rebels. Be a nice stack wipe. Now remember, it is war score based off of battles. Send you back down here. We are about to max out on mill points again. I will do a little bit of mill dev on my provinces. Stop that real quick, and you can back up. This fort will unsiege things pretty effectively. If only I had this fort actually up. Sad. Okay, here's Grombar. You need to keep on walking down here. Yeah, because I don't think they're going to leave and go anywhere else. And now we just wait for them to walk into our territory, is the hope. You're going to go back and deal with those rebels. We'll be able to delete this fort soon enough. I'm going to upgrade that fort to level 4. They do get an instant wall breach. I do not appreciate. You're going to leave one troop. The rest of you are going to come back. Same thing's going to happen here. You two... Okay. We're just waiting to get vision on this province. If we get the vision, then we don't even need to do the whole plan. Then this whole plan was kind of useless, and I could have just attacked them directly. That's alright, though. Okay, our missionaries are back to being much cheaper now. And remember, we do need to be converting pretty effectively here, because it affects the amount of religious power that we have, based off our religious unity. And we have 2 months to make this happen, so I'm going to go ahead and pick a fight here, because in 2 months we're going to lose our bonuses. Disorder, that's going to lose a stability, that's unfortunate. I will take this fight. The most sincere form of flattery. Someone stands before Otar Mogru the First. It looks like a blooded orc. It dresses like a blooded orc. It is not. Somewhere mutant of the Fungrim, discovered in a far-flung cavern, stands before you, almost identical in appearance to any normal blooded orc from across a room. But get closer, and it is plain to see that it is anything but. It's well known that Fungrim possess some rudimentary intelligence, but this one seems to be smarter than most, communicating through chalk writing on a slate around its neck. Once its true nature is clear, the hall is full of angry voices demanding its destruction, while some suggest the outlandish notion that this imposter's impartiality makes it perfect to serve the Otar. Chop him up and put him in a stew? That's what I'm saying. I mean, I think we chop him up. Now, here's the thing. We don't have a wife, so I think we're safe. I think we're good. I think we let Bungus hang out. Hey, look. We steal people's identities. Bungus steals people's identities. Can we really be that mad? No, we can't. We can't be that upset with him. We gotta let Bungus hang out. Bungus the fungus. Look at his glasses. Do I want to try to siege down Nathalair? I think so. I would gladly take 560 ducats from the shamans. Gladly. You are going to split into 2 to get all this unsieged. Peace deal, Corvuria. I can feel it in my bones. This is gonna suck. Our AE goes down by 1.6 a year. Barely a coalition? Yeah, for right now. I mean, this is what we're supposed to do, right? This is how Masked Butcher works. Like, I was just thinking, like, we could take less. You know, we could do something like this. And that's much more reasonable, aggressive expansion-wise, and we could take a bunch of money. Gives us a bunch of gnolls. Oh, man. Because you have to think, like, we need to take the deep woods. We need to take out these guys. Like, we're going to make a lot of people mad. Take up to the elves? Yeah, that's what I'm doing, because I want these two provinces that are inside the deep woods. I mean, preferably I do this. But that's too much. Taking Arca Corver is too much. If they say frick it, we ball. Well, here's the thing. If we don't frick it, we ball, someone could just conquer Corvuria, and then it's inside the Empire, and then it's even more difficult to take. The big Esheniande, by the way. So I do think we're going to frick it, we ball. I do think we need to frick it, we ball. They'll definitely attack Corvuria. They absolutely will. But I am definitely a little bit nervous about this peace deal. There's a stab loss. Gonna slow down conversions. Douche the Fat, the new architect of our trade policies. I can get a half-price trader. We already have a 50% cheaper trader. I also have 12.66 inflation. Yikes. Okay, that is Nathalair. That is Nathalair Fallen. Now, I cannot take Nathalair. It is too much aggressive expansion. Yeah, no. Nathalair is going to have to be a primary war target. Break your alliance with no one. I'm going to take your money and your war reps. I'm going to use that money to build Mage Tower. Okay, this fort can be deleted. You need to be at least half-stated. Get you to 10, and I'm going to build Mage Tower there, and we're also going to build one here. So you need to be half-stated. You need encouraged development. You can grab one mill dev, and then we'll also go there for that one, right? I'm going to save up for another guidance from Dukin. Thank you, Dukin, for the guidance. I need a mage tower on this province, so let's get that. Let's give people the opportunity to... Oh, no. Well, yeah, I'll give them the opportunity to walk to Nathalair still. It's fine. I'm gonna walk here. Nah, they don't want to walk through Nathalair. Fair enough. Fair enough. There's no reason for them to. They see that it's bait. It's 57% war score that we need. Bring all of you together. A new war camp. Ready for the next hold. This is in Abdel Tunger. Nice. Because Blooded Orc, we gain 50 mil points, which is not the points I wanted, but it's the points we have. Get your fort back? Yeah. I mean, like, it's not going to get built for a while, though. I'm not all too concerned about it. We should get it back at some point. What if I tell them here? Their troops will melt more than Grombar's will. Ah. I was going to say, that's weird. Why is the command getting attacked? But they're in their disaster right now. That's what you get. That's what you get, command. El Bozo. Can I cut off Corvaria in a piece? You mean like not take this stuff? And take this? I mean, that is an option. Not a bad option. Yeah, Grombar will not save you, tell him. Sorry. Come on, Grombar. Go to my fort. Think about how annoying it would be if you took my fort. Ooh, I'd be so mad. Oh, man. I would be so mad if you went and sat on my fort. Oh, boy. How sad I would be if you went to the fort. Okay, that is annoying. Insta wall breach. Oh. Turn around. Elves block progress. Eat them. Next question. Cause problems, you get eaten. No. Okay, we can go for a Dukin's Guidance for war, which gives our morale of armies back, which means we should do much better in this fight. Nice. Good stuff. And that is a stack wipe. Not a real stack wipe, which is good, because that means they don't get their manpower back. Circle around. Move you up. You can move up to meet them. We should smack them down on the capital, and that will hopefully be enough war score. No. Damn. We'll go blockade impact on siege. This just adds in so much of Eskin. We can't true cycle our way out of that. Eventually we're going to get caught out. And then the elves are going to frick us up. Of course, Earth on capital. It would make them more likely to peace out because of devastation. That is definitely true. I did that the wrong way. You're going to go there, 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 there. You don't have vision on that province yet. Kind of annoying. Ooh, what are these? Alright, Gelkalis will become independent. Because Brisarans just can't get there. And I'm not gonna give him access. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Frick it. We ball. Frick it. We ball. We always ball. We always ballin'. We're never stopping. Rival Siren Var. Alright. There is all that. Now we go to war with Silver Tusk. When we get the CB. Silver Tusk is not converted, which is great news for us. It's fantastic news that they haven't converted to like Core Knight or something yet. I suppose they still could if they really wanted to annoy me. But I hope they don't want to do that. I hope they want to be nice and cooperative. We're going to have more rebels down in Bulwar. What's my force limit? 110? Okay. From the ashes. When an Otar dies, the frenzied butchers coil together. We lose our 514, and instead we get a 646 who is 19 years old. He's going to be strict. Okay, he's Babin Buffoon. That don't really matter. That's pretty good, though. I'll take that kind of Monarch Point generation. Might want to consider a Manpower Omen. At some point here. You being sieged down? Yeah. I fear for the lives of these 9,000 troops. I'm going to put a general on them just in case they do get attacked. You really do not have any super strong allies, which is a good thing. 100 religious power and we'll be set to go. So I get that CB. Eager plunder. That's fine. You're building that. Yeah, I'll expand infrastructure here so we can build a mage tower. That'll work. As long as we're getting everything done. 646, 19-year-old. He's going to rule for 11 years, peak at 30, and die before he turns 31. Okay, well, maybe he'll live forever. You don't know. You don't know that. He could live forever. Lich time. I don't know if we're even allowed to have liches. Blood frenzy. I diagnose you with the blood frenzy. Oh, we don't have access. Man. But I know that as soon as I walk around, I'm going to walk my ass all the way around, and this dude is going to get access. We know it's going to happen. We know it's going to happen. It's what happens every time. Do hate each other, so maybe it won't happen this time. Copium. Copium, 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 copium. This time is different. They wouldn't do that to me. Oh, God. So it begins. So it begins. There is nothing we can do about this coalition. We might just declare into the coalition. That might be the key. Is just declare into it and fight on my terms. Okay, they do have access through Salava Felgarn. They did get the access I was talking about. You got to make your way over here. Oh, we're going to have to deal with those. Round 4. Going to have to upgrade forts as well. Make sure we stay nice and safe. And like when we take max war score here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, I guess I can't take max war score. I don't have the coring for it. Well, unless I go and quickly deal with you. If I quickly get rid of Rail Skulker, then I can get this border here, and then I can take land. I think it's what we want to do. This is going to fall for sure. Not too much I can do about that, but see, everybody's going to join coalition, man. Oh. Thank you for the access, Siren Bar. Appreciate it. Yikes. Yikes, that was embarrassing for you, man. Got rolled. Okay, so they're close to forming a coalition, but the number of people that we are fighting is affecting the coalition at the moment. Which is a little worrying considering we need to go fight Shattered Crown. I see you over there, you rat. Going to take that tech, and next idea group. Do I go espionage now? Because I could. Blood Moon summoned at least 3. Okay, we gotta summon some Blood Moons. And we gotta own everything in Bahar. Yikes, dude. Yikes. I don't understand how we're supposed to defend all this. How am I supposed to defend everything? We got a lot of mill points, but espionage would help. It would. It would help quite a bit. I think it's really between espionage and offensive. Offensive would also give some religious unity, which would be nice in keeping our religious power income up all the time. Could go defensive. Really worth it to try and get 25% fort defense? Probably not. Like, this is going to help, but eventually it's not going to matter. And the policies aren't too great. Defensive orcs. Well, you take defensive for the morale of armies, really. And the cheaper fort maintenance, but maybe I should just not build forts everywhere. I think it's got to be offensive. Better pips, more sieging, more discipline. We can get manpower through our religion. I'm never taking divine again. Not taking merc ideas. I guess quantity could be an option. We have the income for more troops for sure. We just gotta win wars. Obligatory maritime shout out, of course. I can take the first one of these offensive ideas, but we definitely want to make sure we're taking Tech 15 on time. Uh-oh. Where did I send my other colonist? Cancel settlement growth. Okay, so we do want to go to war with Rail Skulker. Because now I can fully annex them. General Kiri is dead. Rippy dippy. You walk through? No. Stop moving. Thank you. You're gonna grab those two guys. You are going to move up into the mountains. I've got plans. I've got plans on plans. I got things that must be done. communications that must be completed. They are, I think, trying to walk through here and teleport over here to attack these stacks. So they're going to move. There's that siege completed. Yep, I think I just saw him up there. You're going to walk here. You are going to spread out. Because now there's nothing they can do. I know that they had another stack moving towards this fort. Where'd they go? Yeah, I'm being sieged down out here on the stuff I'm coring up, which is annoying. We're gonna holy war this. I'm gonna send of you here. You guys are gonna walk forward. Walk straight into that hold. We're going to take those guys out. Aha! They did in fact go down here. And I will follow them. Leave the cannons behind. You got away. Okay. No. I understand this is probably slower, but it means they can't run away. And if they get away because it takes longer, well, so be it. Sucks to suck. Skill issue. You can occupy this now. That is a full province. Okay. 21% failed. I think we're going to get the contest. Sirenvar is... I'm not sure what they're doing. That's a yikes for them. Big yikes for them. I'll walk up here. Let's keep on keeping on. So, I need to piece out the Gabos first. They'll call us separatists or sieging me down. I will have to go deal with that. They're also on a fort over here, which is kind of annoying. Where is he retreating to? Hey, get back here. Where do you think your ass is going? Nowhere. Alright, you're going to Orc Hell. Whatever that is, that's where you're going. You're donezoed. Okay. You will probably not accept full annexation. You're close, actually. You might. Yep. A fated encounter. Virgo Kozanad was the second hold to fall when we burst out of Hol Jorkad and showed all the serpent spine our might. Now we have again taken this old hold, and though our ancestors were quite successful in looting it, we have managed to find a few more trophies that they missed. In the hidden stash room, we have found many grapples and ropes along with crowbars and looking glasses littering the area. We assume these to be old equipment, used for espionage and breaking into places in far reaches. As our soldiers tried using the grapple on a ledge inside the room, they pulled down a crate of prized black opals, which crashed on the floor, scattering the contents around. Who knows how many other hidden stashes lie within the hold? What's suspiciously good luck? 10% foreign spy detection. Now I can take these roads, which is what I want to do. One, two, three. To be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15. 16? Damn. Damn, that's pretty crazy. That's a lot of fucking aggressive expansion. What the? Huh. Okay. Well, that is certainly one of the peace deals of all time. Did you hydrate or dihydrate right after I drank water? Yeah, people like these guys. And they don't like us very much. That's 70 aggressive expansion. I think this might be our peace deal. Maybe we take these two so I can build a fort on this cave because it's a good fort to have. And then we just wait for taking more land in the deep woods from the elves. Like 705 ducats and war reps. Oh, no, I don't have admin. Shoot. Shoot, dang. Well, I guess it's time to deal with stuff. And disagree with the little conquest? Yeah. But we are going to go to war with Sirenvar soon. Lumamoth migration begins. The fluttering sound of 1,000,000 wings echoes through the serpent spine. The soft glow of a false dawn emerges on the horizon. This can only mean one thing. A Lumamoth migration has begun. They dart through the air, thousands strong, crossing the caverns and the holds, and flowing down the old dwarven rail. Glittering, shimmering patterns form in the mass, subtle dancing shapes that the eye struggles to hold on to. Stalactites become beacons as the fluttering insects land, the entire cave complex illuminated in shades of purple and cyan. Bunch of money and government reform progress or stability. I will go for 3 stat. Yeah, I'll rival Laurent back. That is fine. You need to go deal with these rebels. You are dealing with the colonists. All that is perfectly fine. We can get a bunch of manpower here in a moment. Next month. Because we do need more manpower. That is for sure. Gwed hits Golden Age. I guess that means they're preparing to fight us. I can also summon a Blood Moon. We haven't done that yet. Let's do it. It's in the light. Under the sun, hope is born. A glorious thing, hatched from an egg incubated by warm rays. Hope cannot last, not in the land of the butchers. You know this, O God begot, God begot. This is your will. This is how you have chosen to spend your power. Hope gives way to sleep. Sleep gives way to dreams. Dreams give way to nightmares, to despair, to total, complete anguish. But dream not, lowly mortals, for the blood moon rises, and it will rise again. 5 valid provinces will have the chosen racial majority sacrificed. That race's ichor will be gained. All neighboring countries and their neighbors in turn have a 10% chance to lose 1 stability if they have a clear sight of the blood moon. The butchers will receive 25 of each monarch power for each country this applies to. Elven ichor is gained. Or I can sacrifice racial minorities. Majority, minority, it doesn't seem to matter, but it does give us a stability. But we'll get 50 admin points because we're already maxed out. I mean, does it turn them orc? Oh, interesting. Okay. Gotcha. Good amount of admin game too. Yep. We're converting some provinces right now. It's fine. Once that's cored up, that being the hold, then we will turn it into a thing. A plunder camp. Free hee-hoo? That's right. Free hee-hoo. Get this uncovered or uncored, and then we'll save up. I mean, we should grab a... Oh, they're going to work Blight Seed. I need to get a Blood Frenzy. In fact, I should have gotten the Blood Frenzy already, to be honest. We need Govcat buildings. We should always have a Blood Frenzy up. Always. This is what I was thinking, like, when I didn't want to take everything that Corvuria has. We could just take little bits at a time in order to not let the aggressive expansion add up too much. Alright, there's Holy War versus Segdir, who's allied to Bersartenchess and Sariand. I need to upgrade that fort to level 4. We cannot afford to have lower level forts. I think we're good to take the second offensive ideas. Or idea. You can drill. You can all get cored up now. I think you can drill as well. Because our truce with Sirenvar is up in 81. So we have 2 years. So we have enough time. But we definitely want to make sure that we can use it right on time. Sirenvar is going to annex all their vassals, which is probably fine. Probably easier that way for me. You're a level 4 fort. You're a level 4 fort. I need to build ramparts here. Oh, right. We do need to take Arca Corvor at some point, preferably. So that way I can have... Well, or I can just build a fort on Daravan's Fall. It's only a -1, but if we build if we build a ramparts here, it's -2. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna do that right now. Let's submit to the frenzy. Because that way we have a full fort line here. Because I have a feeling we're gonna need it. I don't know what gives me that idea. Now, here's the big downside. Bersartenchess truce is up in 1580. And if I don't attack them, they're going to join the coalition. And I need all of Bahar. So that's something. That is certainly something. Yeah. Which means I'm going to have to declare war on Sirenvar as I am in a war with Bersartenchess. And boy, oh boy, is that going to be fun. We love multi-front gaming as Orc. Good stuff. Can I lower autonomy? Yes. Do it. Any little bit of autonomy we can get rid of is 3 more troops I could build. You can start to core those up. Should I build more cannons or should I build more infantry? Do either of those elves have Dawi allies? Yes. They're both allied to Segdir. Which means that level 2 fort is going to get obliterated. And we probably just have to accept that that level 2 fort is going to get obliterated. Like, too bad, so sad for us. But sucks to suck. Skill issue. Wah. Okay, there's Galcalis. I don't need to immediately declare war on them. But I could. And hopefully we can finish this war in 3 months. We will not, but that's fine. Let's get you there. You can both go here and here. Wah, yeah, right, exactly. That's what orcs do. That's what I've been informed of. Our commandant has died. Little Kobold, I would love to hire you, but I'm afraid I need a real advisor. Morale of armies will do. What is this? Ah, great. We're gonna have to fight some centaurs. It's not like it's difficult, it's just annoying. Just annoying. Right, I think 2 months now, 1 month now. How's their navy looking? They got 22 boats. Let's move you down to Abdel Tunger. We can get some blockades, possibly. There's Galcalis. Ooh. Oh. He has cores? That's unfortunate. If I don't... Okay, yeah, they immediately. It's not even... Not even something we can entertain. Instant. Instant war deck. Is that a war wizard? No, it is not. Do I still have my war magic stuff? No. I do not. So I don't have my super damage right now. Something to keep in mind. Oh my freaking goodness. Oh my freaking goodness, dude. We have to contest. Fuck you. Fuck you, dude. Whatever. That's bullshit and you know it. Boo. Boo. Oh man, we've still got these forts in here and I should have built a level 4 fort there. That's some baloney and you know it. Instant wall breach. Instant freaking wall breach. And they got the thing. I have to back you up. I'll have to let them enter into a coalition. Any money? Guess that gold mine collapsed at some point. Guess that means that I need to build more galleys. Build more of those bad boys. Now, I would not be surprised if we get a coalition to actually fire on us. And they attack. And that's why I kind of want more than 2 stacks. We really need our combat bonuses. We are nothing without our combat bonuses. We are just not there. Also, I just want to say, it's kind of bullshit that these guys are allied together. I'll point that out. You know that if that was a player, ain't no way. Ain't no way, dude. I do have a frenzy. Bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum bum. Just keep declaring wars. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Just keep declaring the wars. It's time to lock in. Play the Mongolian throat music. Okay? Fucking put it on. Put it on. Lock in. And win. Let me take a loan. All right. Monstrous warriors will do just fine. I need this for siege general on the siege. You can get that guy. Yeah, I mean, they're going to siege down all this stuff up here, and there's really not too much that I can do about it at the moment. Delete that workshop for now. Build up a level 4 fort here. You're playing post-Venom mod, which is if Rome failed to form and Carthage is still allied to Rome. The rump state of Rome, this feels icky. Yeah, that's how I feel about this. That's how I feel about this. You have defensiveness. Let's get you this general. Huh. Huh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. The game did not appreciate whatever I did. They're like, oh, you're hiring mercenaries? Coward. No. How dare you? How dare you murk up in 2 wars? Who crashed it? The elves. We started fighting all the elves, and the game was like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Granted, every time you go to play post-Venom, you're immediately reminded that they removed the development state edicts for no good reason. Well, the good reason is it's a very broken thing. It's using the develop state edict saves you so many monarch points. So many monarch points over a run. And so I think it's to reduce the amount of development that you can do. Not enough throat singing. That's what it was. And I just, didn't turn it on. All the elves should become historical rivals after the big boom. Well, but they figure out that it wasn't them that did it. But I get what you're saying. It would definitely help with allowing the Phoenix Empire to form more often. I found a new YouTube series of a mega campaign where someone is starting in Imperator and they're going to play all the way through Hoi 4. And I've always kind of wanted to do that, but I don't play Hoi 4. And I also don't know how to restrain myself enough to not just win in every game and not just like be so strong that I would get bored. Music Duke, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate that. What was I doing here? You're moving here. You're moving there. I developed the gold mine. Not taking that idea because I want to take this tech on time. I core that. Yes, scene. Thank you. I forgot. Why is it not picking up the game? There it is. Okay. I think I built more boats. Yep. I take out a loan. I'm going to hire the monstrous warriors early here. I'm going to immediately grab Submit a Frenzy. Have you going to there. That's fine. That is not good. That is very bad. That is very bad. That is very, very bad. I didn't change the version or anything like that. So it's the same branch. Am I just cursed to forever fail in Masked Butcher? Is it just one of those? It is. I removed Braylar, and now Masked Butcher has filled its place. Oh no. Oh no. I need to roll back to a later autosave. Yeah, that might be true. That might be true. We'll try it again on this save. But if it fails again, then we'll go back a year and hope that whatever's happening in the world is, you know, stops. And if it doesn't stop, well, then we're kind of screwed. I tried wearing someone else's face as a mask. Oh, yo, maybe that's the problem. We don't have enough masks on. Doesn't help we aren't sure what's breaking. I guess I could look at the crash log, huh? That is allowed. That is a legal thing for me to do. I do have an access to that. If I can remember where it is. Crashes. 616. Mm-hmm. Exception.txt. Is that it? What the? What the? That doesn't look like the other crash logs I've had. I don't know how to read that. And that's Latin to me. It's really not something we're doing. That might not be true. There is one thing that I've done before each of the crashes, which is take a loan and hire those mercs. I don't know why hiring mercenaries would cause a crash. It feels a little odd, and the game didn't crash immediately when I hired the mercs the first time. When you do a grand campaign, you are forbidden from taking anything that is considered meta, which means your idea groups in EU4 will begin with maritime naval infrastructure. What if you don't start on the coast? Then you can't. There's no roleplay reason, no logical reason to take naval ideas. Unless you're going to be a navally focused nation. Okay, let's not hire the mercs immediately this time. Do you know the other thing I've done? Is submit to the frenzy. The game hesitated there, but it didn't crash. Okay. Well, so far so good. It couldn't possibly be hiring the mercenaries. There's no way. Monstrous warriors. Does hiring mercenaries on a Black Orc war camp cause a problem? If I do that... Move you up there, so that way they can have full morale when the war starts. Move around like that. You're gonna contest this siege. Fuck you. There's a truce with Sirenvar up, so I declare a blood frenzy here. Did they get a reinforcement tick? They did. Ugh, and those 8 guys are gonna unsiege that. Segdir is here. I can't really do too much about that. Even if I barrage and assault this, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to take this in time. We have to hope we get this 64% siege. Okay, now I should be able to contest this. Okay, again, we don't have our combat buffs. Would be very nice to have here. Ooh, when's that? The 20th? Okay. You're gonna wipe them. You're gonna go here. I want you to get this coastline siege down. Nice. No, don't do that. Don't have stupid bad pathing. Right, we gotta switch the music. Surely wasn't the music that caused the crash either. I didn't swap the music. I don't know what was causing the crash. I suppose we could still hit it. Is there any like Jadari's not exactly getting pieced out yet. Command's done with the insubordination they lost. I'm just trying to see if there's anything happening on the map that would lead to a crash. I don't see anything. Doesn't mean it's not there. Means I don't see it. Need the Jad song? You mean Diodarin? Put some respect on its name. Love to get that unsieged. Now, in this Barsardan chess war, perhaps all I want to do is break his alliance with Sariand. I don't think that's crazy. I am stupid though. Alright, we can reinforce it. I need all of Bahar. Right? Is that what it said? I don't need it soon. I just need it eventually. I do need to focus Harpies and have 200 religious power. That needs a fort, a barracks, and a ramparts. Eastern Reach also needs a fort, a barracks, and a ramparts. And Damasgubli. We gotta have a binary Arcanum, or we gotta have the province or something. Okay, whatever. Utter Dreb. Yes, all provinces in the Bahar region are owned by us. That means that we can make the Periodolic masks, which are the better masks, which would be nice because the elf one would give discipline, and we're going to need that. So, perhaps we should consider taking everything in Bahar that Bozo here owns. Why is it telling me Why is it highlighting more? Does it mean the Bahar trade node? Because like, it's highlighting stuff down here too. And that doesn't make any sense. That makes no sense. All provinces in the Harpy Hills as well. Well, okay, that makes a lot more sense. I just gotta keep reading. Tough thing to do in this day and age. I mean, sure. That is certainly an option. That's one of the options of all time. But would it be better just to break the alliance with Sariend, turn around and deal with Sirenvar, and then go fight Shattered Crown, and then come back and fight for Sergeant Chess at that point? I think so. Because it also allows me to piece out Gelkalis. And state all of that up right now. I also need to set up a plunder camp on Verkal Kozanad. Would love to have been able to wait for the next institution, but I will not be waiting. Because that would be a very silly, goofy thing to do. Okay, I've scared him off of that fort. I was going to say I don't know if we can beat them, but we definitely can't if they already take the fort. So just keep these mercs behind for now. Keep them here being annoying. Definitely want to fix our roads up whenever we can, if we're allowed to. A little fort on the old Verkal Kozanad as well. Now, what do I want from Sirenvar? I need 30 provinces in total in the Deepwoods region. And I also need to take this one province off of Ashenionde. I mean, I could just go glade by glade. And that's probably the best way to go about it. Is just take the stuff in the southern parts of Sirenvar, so that way it's farthest away from everybody. Take these two, because they connect up to the rest of Silvertusk's land. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more provinces, which is not enough, but it would get us closer. How many do I need? Oh, no, that would be enough, actually. Ah, no, I need to own this whole grove. Frick, dude. Okay. Which means I need to take this. Wonderful watching your country grow. So many new faces these days. So many new faces. Speaking of. Let's revoke the focus on elves and enact the focus on harpies. Yeah, I think this is a good peace deal. Collapse the second level of the hold there. That's good stuff. Don't worry about sieging this down. You just need to go for the closest fort. You need to go for that closest fort. You will probably help come contest this. Yeah, because they're going to want to be problematic. Knowles Rampage and Masked Butcher. It's fine. No. We'll not spend that. Unbelievers. Ashenionde is more than welcome to get a core. I don't particularly care. Ooh, I don't know if these 29,000 guys can win this. In fact, I'm fairly confident they cannot. So I'm not going to worry about that. I don't really want you coming down from the north. I'm going to have you walk through. No. You just stay here. Let's make sure that we're blockading this. I don't think anybody has boats. They do not. So let's just send them into port here. Do I have a... Okay, we have really got to build a ramparts here. Or we just have to actually get this fort up online and build a ramparts up there. That would actually solve our problem. Then we gotta take out these guys as well. Playing the game as the dwarves, are there any pros and cons to switch to the Dwarven Pantheon? Well, to switch to it, you do have to go through the disaster. Other than that, I myself prefer Dwarven Pantheon. Just because I don't like religions that are based on the holy sites. Because if any other dwarf flips, you're going to lose your entire religion, all the mechanics from it, and I don't think that's ever worth taking the risk for. And the bonuses are also just better for Dwarven Pantheon. So I would go Dwarven Pantheon. But that's up to you. I'm going to go get Asha Neonde out of this war. You are going to go get all of that occupied, please. I just go straight to his capital. Rats. Rats. Filthy rats. Guess we'll get a siege down then. Oh, I cannot wait to get to this 20% siege ability. Speaking of, we could probably shake that earth if I wanted to here. But I have to save up for this mission. I think it's what I'm going to do. Oh, he got away? That's fricked up. That's fricked up, man. I don't appreciate that. Well, this has a ton of defensiveness. No way. No way, dude. No way everybody's out here taking defensive ideas. Okay, at least you didn't. Capture of Roko Kozanad. Well, that's annoying. Oh, frick, dude. Oh, frick, dude. We never got a fort built up there. Yeah, abandon that colony. Oops. Does Sarvar have Tech 15? They do. We don't really want to fight them at the moment. We want to wait until we can take tech. His vassals don't, though. But fighting Sirenvar would suck right now. Because I've got that +1 morale. Okay, we've taken that. Ugh. This is going to be a slog. Fighting through the deep woods. That's just how it be. Fighting through the deep woods. That's just how it be. Nighthawks, if only I had spoken, if I just could have stopped them. Evil Thissy. Thissy's talons scraped against the rock as she waited. The scouting party had been gone for weeks, a little too long for a routine mission. The outer ranges never typically took that long to fly. A flicker of movement caught her eye. Finally, far off, silhouetted against the darkening sky, she saw them. 5 harpies, sleek forms gliding in unison, wings slicing through the air in practiced grace. Release flooded Thissy's chest, though something about their approach gnawed at her. Something was off. Munefi was unmistakable with her ginger feathers, but they didn't quite catch the dying light as they should. They looked dull, almost muted. And as they neared, her eyes, had they always been that cold? No. Fitzy shook off the thought. Perhaps they'd faced something that had hardened them. Such a thing seemed likely with the chaos and unease that had been flooding the surrounding lands of late. Munefi she greeted cautiously as the harpies landed without a word. What did you find? Nothing. The mountains are quiet. She sounded different. Flatter. More guttural. Quiet. The beasts have been moving south for months. Surely you saw something. Vimakuri's gaze snapped towards them, unnervingly intense. We saw nothing. The land is empty. Thissy's heart began to race. Something was terribly, terribly wrong. She could feel it now, creeping over her skin like ice. Her sister's eyes, their faces, the way they stood and spoke, the way they didn't so much as shift their wings as the freezing wind rushed past them. You're not yourselves, she whispered, more to herself than to them. Munefi walked closer, clicking her tongue as if considering something. We are who we've always been. The word sounded wrong, like an echo of someone else's voice. Before she could move, the thing, because it wasn't her sister, it couldn't be, tilted her head. Come, Thissy. The voice carried a twisted mockery of warmth. The skies are ours again. We've returned. From behind her, the call went out. Cheerful voices, warm and welcoming, rose up from the nest. Thissy couldn't move, her blood running cold. They were too close. If she moved, they would tear her apart before any alarm could be sounded. So she swallowed and stepped aside, watching the things step past her into the fading light. Seeing is believing, but is belief enough? We destroyed the Queen's Throne Great Project, and we get Crimson Heights until the end of the game, plus 1 yearly prestige and monthly splendor, 50% institution spread in True Faith provinces. All owned provinces in the Mishralan and Nanshalan areas became a racial reserve for Firanyan Harpies, and a bunch of other provinces become Blooded Orc and Old Dukin. We enact the Rights of the Razor-Blessed Tier 6 government reform. Oppressed races that are not being purged or expelled will never attempt to emigrate. We get plus 1 missionaries, 2% missionary strength, and 10% governing capacity modifier. Wow. Cool, I guess. Not for the Harpies, but for us. That's pretty nice. That's pretty good. Now, we can take Miltech and Diplotech. Upgrading our troops seems a little risky, since we're in the middle of a war. But it would be nice. Without a doubt. If I can get Esheniande out, that'd be real sweet. We got 33,000 troops. They're currently all down here, sieging down Battle Horde. But that's alright. Wait, why can't I walk here? No, no, no. Get that stupid... No, 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 no. Don't hit me with the zone of control over Glades. Gross. A really good general just died. That's sad. Who wants to be a general? Well, actually... Well, yeah. We have 80 army tradition. Which isn't great. We lost all of it. I got generals from early. I almost forgot. Alright, Captain Walrus. Let's see what you've got here. Not great, but... good enough, I guess. I can't really afford to be picky because I'm taking ideas. I can't just be hiring and firing generals like crazy. Really need to get this siege. I don't want to assault though. Because we need to contest Balord. If Balord falls, it's just going to be very annoying. Are you just going to sit on that hold? Oh. Okay, there's Ravenhill. Don't expect him to want to... Well, actually... I just step on a province here, he will give me Ravenhill. He will leave. That is all I wanted from him. Alright, that's 30,000 people out of this war. They're going to move down. They'll move through. We're going to hit these Sirenvar troops here. Nice, little stack wipe. Let's unsiege this province. Benethil has been taken. Beautiful. Gonna walk you all the way around into here. Okay. I think they have their upgraded troops. Oh, nice. These forts are also built now. Ramparts on both of these is the next thing we're spending our money on. I should go grab Sirenvar's capital. That's annoying. But I can stack wipe all these troops. I don't know if that's necessarily the greatest use of my resources, though. I think I should just get the war leader siege down. Get him siege down. Get the war exhaustion ticking up. That'll be a good plan. Oh, I still don't know why I was getting blocked here earlier. I should not have been getting blocked there. Okay, so those Sirenvar troops are trapped. These troops are trapped. I think we're home free to just siege them down for the most part. Like, there's still some troops. These 7,000 troops are still running around, but that's not enough to actually do any damage. I think we're good just to get a bunch of occupations and be happy with our war score. Which is very nice. To walk through. I'll keep you here. Can I send you here? You'd have to walk around, and I don't really want to risk that. Yeah, I can, in fact, send both of you up there, and I will do so. Get this occupied. That'll work. You can go there. There. Send you around. I gotta keep an eye on those 7,000 so they don't take out one of our smaller stacks here. We can get rid of the dev edict. We don't need that anymore. We could take admin tech, but I will not. That is a level 3 mountain fort. I don't want to siege that down. Okay, what can I not take? I cannot take Vir Trona without occupying any forts in the area. That is, I think, down here. Vir Tyr, Vir Sawel, Vir Coblin. What? Vir Trona. That? What are you talking about? There is no connection here. Are you crazy? Are you stupid? There's no fort here. Oh, I haven't taken any of Sirenvar's forts, that's why. And so it's connecting it. I see. I understand. I'm the stupid one. My L. My L. My L. Not their L. My bad. Gonna have to do this war. Okay, I think that's fair. We take everything in the southern part. It's more than enough provinces for what we need. Not too bad on the old aggressive expansion. Copium. It's crazy bad on the aggressive expansion. Oh, I should not have clicked core all. I have a bunch of half states. That was very silly. Go up to level 3. Go up to level 2. That does put us into the negative. That's because we're rooting out corruption and our missionaries are costing a lot. We are playing We're paying 50 ducats for forts. I gotta delete forts. Orcs make it 20% more expensive. We have 20% more from inflation. I have to delete forts. I don't want to. I just don't want to, you know? It just feels bad to delete forts. This definitely needs a fort. This technically doesn't need it. I can delete this fort when I deal with those rebels. Let's upgrade our infantry. All shock damage. Always. Always shock damage for us. These 2 forts are necessary. I don't need as many forts in here now. Technically, this fort does what I need. This fort's fine for now. This fort's fine for now. This fort's fine. I guess I could delete this fort. Don't know if I really want to, though. Edu's Wes can go. That's fine. Argrod 4, I think has a modifier to make it cheaper. No. It just is a better fort. I don't really need it at the moment. Let's drop 7 ducats off of it. Ish. We need a bigger horde. If we can get a bigger treasure horde, then we'll be in a pretty good spot. When's our truce with the old Bursartan chess up? 87, that's 3 years. Okay. You're coming down to deal with the rebels. You needed what else for a mission? Ramparts. Which yeah, just build it. It's not where I want to build ramparts right now, but it's where I will. Would much rather build my ramparts up here. Just a better spot for me to build them, because that's where we're going to get attacked by the coalition when it fires. I'm pretty convinced at this point we're going to have a coalition war at some point. I just don't know when. Which is why we got to get through this offensive ideas. That discipline and siege ability is going to be huge. That's another reason why I'm worried about a coalition is... Oh, nice. Bigger pile. Is usually you just rely on your forts, but we can't do that. This gives us... it doesn't change our fort maintenance at all. Damn. But the moonlight does shine differently over the bloodied altar. The moon brings no comfort. The eyes never blink, never leave. I have no reprieve. Dominic of Lakeshire. Well, no time like the present to go on a little bit of a blood frenzy. Submit to the frenzy and declare war on Shattered Crown. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Now, he might be around here somewhere, because he is at war with Silvertusk. There he is. I just need you to check if he's over here. He is not. Keep moving. Just wanted to check. I need to take Mithradoom in this war. Yeah, I mean, we can split off half the infantry here. Feels a little risky, though. So, peace deal, Ernadvir, Mithradoom. That's the least that I will take. I probably want max money and war reps. Help build more manufactories and ramparts. What kind of trade goods are we looking at? A lot of salt. There's gold in that cave, of course. Is this going to give me more claims up here? When I take all this? Any owned province in the Serpent Spine has a great project of at least tier 2. Oh, damn. Okay. It does give me permanent claims on the Serpent's Veil and the Northern Pass. But it gives us for 50 years minus 50% core creation cost. Which is fairly nice to have. That's going to really make it cheaper. Hey, Cesaris. Have I faced any difficulties in this campaign? I feel like I'm behind by quite a significant margin. And we've had some aggressive expansion problems that have forced me to take smaller peace deals than I would like. Other than that, I did have a couple of crashes today. Not sure why, but other than that, no. Bro stole the face of a face-stealing orc? He did. How many masks do I have? Not enough. If I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think we have the Harpy mask yet. We have Dwarf mask. Athlete mask. Harpy mask gives governing capacity, movement speed, and siege ability. So I definitely want that. That being said, do I wait for Utter Dread? Probably not. I probably just make the mask and get the siege ability. Because 10% siege ability is better than no extra siege ability. That's how math works. That's just math right there. Maths. Zaka crashed the game through some siege check? No Zaka. Just Jad falling off as usual. Maybe grab this so we can go into Almdir. Like, I want to take Almdir. Like, oh, this would be so good. Because don't I get a bunch of stuff if I take their war camp? They have a level 5 trophy pile. Do I just move that to my capital? Like, it'd be so good. And it wouldn't actually be 103% overextension, because this is going to go from 120 development to 3. Like, I feel like we have to at least try to grab Almdir in this war. Alright, let's prepare a mask. Boom. Boom. RP mask obtained. What does the gnome mask do? Cheaper idea cost? Oh, I could have the... I do have the goblin mask on. We're fine. I could also make a kobold mask, which gives 100% available loot. Okay. Whoa. Ogre mask gives 1.5 monthly religious power at its weakest, plus 3 at medium and highest. That's wild. We gotta get that. We gotta obtain some ogres. That's crazy good for us. Go ahead and turn on... Oh, right. I need 25 religious power. Yeah, we definitely want ogres. Also, I have a lazy colonist. Because he got occupied. Ruinborn mask. Ruinborn mask gives... Oh, what about Knolls? Because we're actually really close to this. Minus 10 years of nationalism. Wild. At max, you can perform slave raids. Harmari gives... Oh, infantry combat ability. Oh, yes, please. Runeborn give... Minus 10% minimum autonomy in territories, minus 10% shock damage received, minus 20% land attrition, and 15% naval force limit. Trolls give negative fire damage received. And we have quality ideas. We currently have 20% infantry combat ability. If we go Inno... That gives us an additional 15% infantry combat ability, which would be kind of sweet. Okay, Airnet Fear and Mithradoom fall. Yeah, that's fair. They are just holding the line. Never mind. They're not holding the line. This is kind of risky, but we're going to do it anyways. Sergeant Schiss has announced me as a rival. We got to kill Abdel Ladim at some point here. I could also, if I... yeah, I will have a border with Kugdir. Because eventually we need all of it. Like, we need all the caves. We need all the Serpent Spine up here. So, we do... Oh, yo, huge. Cheaper tech cost. We do need to do that thing. Can't move there. Go expansion, go to New World, stack autonomies in territory. I don't know about that one. Alright, the hold falls onto their capital. Only 5% defensiveness. The shaft of Bogey has fallen. No more boogieing. Boogieing hereby considered and decreed to be illegal. No boogieing, no fun. So you two into the caves. You just keep walking up to here. I need to siege this and then deal with rebels. We need to frenzy when we can. Because we need to go to war with Bersarten on truce. That is in 87. We have just under 2 years. Okay. Their capital has fallen. We have a lot of occupations. We haven't had any fights yet, though. This is why we don't have much war score. Is there anywhere else I can send this colonist? I don't think so. Now, where am I getting my colonists from? +1 from Reclaim the Dwarvar, +1 from Reaching Higher. Okay, that goes away soon. It also gives us cheaper idea cost. The final ingredient, Harpy Feathers. I don't think I want to gain that kind of unrest. I'll be real. I don't think that's entirely necessary for us. That just feels like being dumb for no reason. Now you can move. You keep moving forward. You go here. You go there. Thank you very much. I will upgrade Vroko Koznad's Plunder Fort. Of course, owning these 4 provinces is going to mean 4 more forts I have to pay for. Actually, it's 6. Airnet Veer, Mithradoom, and all 4 Almdir holds. General Fallen Hearts has died. Rippy dippy. You deal with all the occupations? Yeah. Particularists? I can deal with that. How much micro am I willing to do to avoid rebels? Probably not much. Are you talking about in this game specifically, or just in general? Damn, I got. I got. There's a truce with Grombar up, I guess. In a World Conquest Scope mission tree. I mean, rebels are the worst part of a World Conquest. There's no denying that. I don't know. Because I also just get kind of used to it. You know, eventually you just get used to the sound of rebels going off, and you know, you just kind of ignore it. You just kind of beat them. But it depends. Oh wow, these guys are they're gonna start dying. They've deleted 40,000 troops and have not fought me once. I don't blame them. They're behind on tech. I want to get ogres so badly now. That's such a huge investment for our religious power that it feels kind of silly to not go and grab them. Never mind. There's no ogres left. It's all ogre now. It's all ogre now. Those freaking orcs, dude. Those freaking orcs. Let's focus kobolds. I have 4 ogrish minorities in my country right now. Or some oppressed ogres? Yeah, they've got, I think, 3 provinces. 1, 2... Nope, just 2. There's 20% more siege ability. We're still only at 48% war score. Because I'm not getting battles. Rebels, rebels everywhere. Please give me my occupations. Do I want that mercantilism? I probably do. Yeah, I'll take it. General Edelbeck has bit the dust. It's Jover. Jover for that general. Yeah, I'm remembering that the last time I played Masked Butcher, I found it frustrating that I couldn't have forts. Because that's just how I play. As I just, you know, I slap down a fort, and then I can do very aggressive wars. Because I can just rely on my forts holding out long enough. You can't really do that with these guys. It doesn't seem like. You gotta be much more prepared about how and who and when you're fighting. And you have to fight everybody. There's Lozam Ozdia, 73% war score. They will accept the peace deal. But now I need to be concerned about Kraktenvor taking land. Ugh. We're going to be able to click the CCR button, right? No, we're not. I need to get a great project up to level 2, which means we need to do an expedition. We do have one. We have a level 2 expedition. Or, a special expedition. So we need to do that. Where is that again? Nez Argrod 2. It's just one of the bad ones. It's one of the bad ones for us. For dwarves, it's great because digging through layers is cheaper, but we don't care. Though, I say that. Regiment cost minus 10% is a very, very interesting thing for us to get. Because we have permanent war taxes, which reduces it by 15%. If we look at our regiment cost, it is currently minus 22.5%. I feel like we should have more. I mean, we do. It doesn't count the war taxes here. Doesn't count the war taxes. So we actually have right now, what, 37.5%? If we can get another 10%, 47.5%. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, we can check if there's any that I can take. I mean, this is Yidab. This is the spider one. It's not upgraded at all. Those are the only ones. There's still a lot of expeditions that haven't been done yet, including mine. Do I take all 4 holds? Because we'll get permanent claims on the Serpent's Veil and the Northern Pass. So I don't want to take anything outside. Cracked Roar will take things though, which is kind of annoying. I can do something funny like this to cut them off, and then they will not be able to take anything. Well, they can go this direction. I don't want all that much though at the moment. I can do something like that, but again, I'll get claims on those provinces. I need to be claiming oblations from people. I keep forgetting. Is there any other provinces required in this? Nope, just Airnet Veer. Okay. That was a lot of noise. Yep, that was a lot of things. That was a lot of things. Trophy pile. The orcs of Almdir have built a massive pile of trophies, gold, and other valuables in what was once their throne room. Time to do something about it. The moonlight shines differently over the bloodied altar. It's still 42 development? What kind of orcs are you? You didn't even loot it. What the heck? What the heck? Okay, well, what does that get our capital to? Oh, upgrade our capital fort for sure. I'm going to only expand that many times because I want to make sure we can core everything. In fact, let's start that now. Oh, yeah. Plenty, plenty, plenty. What size do we have? Level 6. And the moon shines differently. The moon brings no comfort. The eyes never blink. Wait a second. That's the same thing. Scammed. The Dagrite Heart. Airnet Veer, the logistical center of the Dwarvar, only stood for a short time as an affront to the will of Dukin and the righteous mandate we hold over the dwarves. Like a failing heart, it pumped the necessary goods that kept the bleeding corpse that was all Dwarov alive for as long as it did, defiant to keep itself and its vestigial holds alive, only to prolong its own suffering. Having now occupied the rail yard, we are in full control of the heart and its assembly line. Our forces have made this iron heart into a staging ground of orcish design, giving us the means necessary to run amok through its veins. With every beat of the heart, we shall conquer more of the Serpent Spine. 5% move speed till the end of the game. An armored vanguard. Honors and treasures aplenty end up in the hands of those soldiers who first set foot inside a newly conquered hold, whether due to ritual or circumstance. Here, though, the Orcish vanguard was especially well rewarded, as many of them claimed a set of mithril armor from the plundered remains of the captured armory in Mithratum. Now, as long as these orcs or their descendants serve in our armies, the tip of every lance and the blade of every sword will be turned aside by our frontmost troops, giving us still greater successes on the battlefield. We were an unstoppable force before, but this shall make everything a bit smoother. Minus 2.5% shock damage received. And the Broken Crown. We have fought the dwarves for so long that the days when they were actually organized together, rather than dying alone, are merely held in our shaman's myths. There is one truth we know, however. When they were unified, it was under the central control of the largest hold in the entire Serpent Spine, Almdir. Situated in the center of the Serpent's Veil, it was where every dwarf came to discuss matters of the Empire. Now in ruins, their grand halls lie empty with only crumbling statues and weathered carvings, suggesting this was a place of the greatest importance to them. Yet only a fraction of the ruins have been scoured of their vast treasures. Who knows what still lies here? The age of dwarves is over. The time of the orc has come. 5% governing capacity until the end of the game. It also puts us over our governing capacity. Yikes. Wait. I didn't put the Harpy mask on. Frick. Just didn't have that siege ability. Guess I just decided not to use it. Okay, go south. Brashard's chest is up next. That colony's almost done. The trader is dead. Long live. Oh, we don't have another trader. Okay. How are you? Lives long past. Okay, let's do this expedition. We need 10,000 troops, please. Need to get that unsieged. Then we gotta go deal with these Corvurian separatists. I need to develop this. Gotta build stuff on it. Send the mercs up to deal with the rebels. You can come down to Akatbar. That truce is up in just a couple months here. Frenzy. Before I forget. Shit. I already had it. I should have checked. Waste of religious power. We're starting to just being a roadblock as ever. Yeah, well, they keep allying Sariand. And so it adds another 49,000 troops to the war. We do have a pretty big tech advantage now, though, on Sariand. But I was in a war with Gelkalis. I needed to piece them out and core their stuff. Bersarians just had cores there. And I was also in a war with Sirenvar at the time. And I needed to piece Sirenvar out. So the best thing to do was just a quick piece, break the alliance, come back in 6 years or whatever. That's the way I thought about it, at least. Supplies. Oh boy. Oh, I never know what to do with these things. I never know. That'll be good, right? Surely? Surely? Okay, declare war. Blood frenzy. Here we go. Still have to find Elisna as well. Ketarata is seemingly not interested in... What? Oh. He's attacking a colony. It's fine, I guess. We did not build more boats in this timeline. That's sad. Because now I'm not going to have naval supremacy. I wasn't going to have it anyways, it seems. I have you up here to deal with rebels. Darkscale separatists? Darkscale? Open the gates. Upon reaching the end of the maze of tunnels and the winding staircase marked on the map, the scouts suddenly stop. As the rest of the expedition pushes past them, it becomes clear why. Before them stands the great steel gate of Grumhardum, still resplendent and majestic as it was when it was abandoned, just as the previous expedition had reported. Filled with hope that the Great Forge had been spared the destruction that befell all else in the Serpent Spine, several forward scouts attempt to push the great doors apart to gain entry. Soon there's a line of men pushing upon the doors in unison, but to no avail. The gate remains still and silent. Strike the gears. Pry the gate open. Frustrated by an hour of no progress, a mage pushes through the throng of men around the gates and attempts to blast them open. As their spell connects, a horrific grinding and shearing of metal upon metal echoes around the caverns, and the expedition instinctively covers their ears and cowers. By the time they look up, the once great gates have fallen, now a bent and twisted heap of metal. As the expedition steps over the remains and moves into the forge, the mood is somber. Each expeditionary mourns the loss of the great gates, not just for their artisanry, but also for the defense from rear ambushes that would have provided. Their hopes are further crushed as they see the floor littered with metal and bone scraps and the carvings on the wall defaced by soot, the signs of a goblin infestation. Not wanting to dwell on the gates any longer, the expedition makes haste towards the flickering orange light, illuminating the end of the corridor. I think I feel a draft from behind. And a new war camp in Verkal Kozanat. You're moving down. I need more governing capacity. Yeah, we gotta do more blood moons. Fort 12 development. Barracks. That's what I'm looking for. Frick. Frick! Only 11. 50% cheaper Grand Captain? I mean, that is nice. You can get away with leaving one troop here and contesting this? Probably not. The Great Forge. As the expedition approaches the end of the corridor, the temperature continues to rise. Soldiers sweat and shift in their heavy armor, looking enviously as the airy robes and simple leather armor afforded to others. Rounding a corner and entering the forge proper, a cavernous circular room bathed in the orange light opens up before them. Magma flows and drips from pipes running the length of the room, running to and from a great pit in the center of the room. So wide is the pit that, combined with the heat haze present, nobody can see across it to the other side clearly. Some of the braver scouts venture to the edge, peering over it to see a great cauldron far below, suspended by huge chains with each link thicker than a man's torso. There are also simple metal elevators hanging haphazardly below, intended to bring workers to levels below this one, but they appear to be stuck and are out of reach for now. The floor is strewn with soot and debris, all kinds of metal, bone, cloth, and food scraps lie everywhere. Looking up, a giant dome is far above, funneling steam and other vapors into a huge hole at the apex. In the shadow cast by the dome, rusty metal scaffolding and rickety ladders leads to nooks populated with glowing, unblinking eyes. Equidistant around the walls are carved stone doorways leading to miscellaneous rooms and antechambers, some with dedicated pipes serving them. As the scouts return to report what they saw to the rest of the expedition, one steps upon a discarded sheet of pig iron. A screech of alarm rings out, and a ruddy brown arm grabs their ankle. There was a feral goblin sleeping underneath it. Abandoning caution, the scouts sprint back to the main party as more goblins pour from the surrounding rooms and from around the pit. There is barely enough time for the expedition to close ranks around the scouts before the goblins crash into them. Hold the line. The unbreakable shield wall. Using the narrow entrance corridor as a choke point, the feral goblins' charge was quickly broken upon the expedition's shields and spears, with few casualties from the defenders. As the remaining goblins turn tail and flee, it becomes apparent that the goblins' fallen brethren have brought quite a haul. Most of them were kitted in crudely modified armor and wielding weapons sourced from inside the forge. Even after so many years of misuse, these pieces are still finely crafted and would fetch a high price from collectors. Ugh, this chest piece still has half a goblin in it. Okay, well maybe you should be more appreciative of the things you have. Ever think about that? I would really love to get a guidance from Duke in here. Really, I should be able to do one right now, but I messed up. I messed up. Also, I did see that Sarian rented out troops, which makes me not so happy. Makes me quite sad. Quite upset. You could say I am upsetty spaghetti. That is a valid thing to say. Do I send you down to Shad Kuz? I gotta get Eliza out of this war. I won't ever be able to get to their capital. Is the thing. I'll never make that crossing. Beasts everywhere. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my goodness. I don't know, siege that province. Beasts everywhere. With the immediate danger past, the expedition huddles together in an antechamber near the entrance to plan their next move. The untouched levels below are tantalizingly close, but they cannot continue until all the remaining squatters have been eradicated. The mages and scouts of the expedition present the leader with options for which to deal with first. High above, they have identified the eyes in the shadowed nooks and occasional echoing cries of those of giant cave bats. These bats are even larger than normal, and what little of them can be seen has a distinctive reddish tint, leading several mages to suggest they may have been mutated by the residual magics of the forge. If the swarm is not dealt with swiftly, a careless action could bring them down upon the expedition. Somewhere on the same level as the expedition is the lair of the feral goblins that first assailed them. The remains of the feral goblin charge will have retreated there for safety, as the strongest goblins will be lounging about in the comfort of their lair. The lair will also contain the feral goblin clan boss's choice of loot scavenged from the forge. Cleansing the feral goblins will reward the expedition with these spoils, but it is impossible to know yet just how many lurk within the lair. Lastly, a platform hangs between this level and the next, surrounded on all sides by pipes. Judging by the various valves, dials, and levers, the area was used to control the flow of liquids through the many pipes in the forge. Most of the controls are in disrepair, and those that appear serviceable are covered by magma leaking from weakened pipe junctions. If the flow of magma to the upper levels can be disabled, it will prevent further dangerous leaks from the pipes above. Again, the mages caution that the unstable magics of the forge are likely to have spawned magma oozes wherever magma leaks, but these cannot be separated from regular magma without closer inspection. Let's go for the goblins first. Let's make sure they don't attack us while we're in the middle of doing our thing. Those rebels are dealt with. We'll deal with this. I was wondering where I got these 16,000 troops from. They're part of the siege stack. We can set up, oh my goodness, a lot of plunder camps. Mithradoom and Ernat Vir first. Without a doubt. Then we'll work on the other ones. Get out of here, Sarian troops. You're Tech 13. You don't belong here. The Goblins' Lair. Following the trails of blood left by the feral goblins, the expedition scouts have located the lair. It sits in a room almost antipodal to the entrance, hidden by the heat haze over the central pit. The entrance has been repeatedly smashed and broken, enlarged in it enough for more than 6 men to walk through shoulder to shoulder. The adjoining chambers have also had their doorways battered, inner walls collapsed, and windows barricaded with sheet metal, creating a rather spacious lair protected from most of the heat of the forge. As the scouts watched, several dead feral goblins were brought from the lair and unceremoniously hurled into the central pit. No doubt their clan boss was angered by their failure to crush the expedition. Unfortunately, with the windows blocked, the scouts were unable to ascertain how many goblins remain in the lair, or where they store their loot. Despite the lack of information on their numbers, the expedition leader decides to carry out the strike immediately. Right now, the goblins will be bickering and fighting over who should take the blame for their previous attack's failure, and who should risk their life to try again. If they can be caught off guard while trapped in their lair, their looted equipment and possible numeric advantage will be completely nullified. Hugging the walls of the forge chamber to remain undetected, the expedition approaches from both sides of the lair simultaneously. At the front are mages escorted by a small retinue of soldiers. On the leader's mark, the mages will blast fireballs into the lair, summon flashes of light and plumes of smoke, and generally attempt to disorient all the goblins inside. Okay, we just go shock and awe, I guess. Any goblins rushing out of the lair for reprieve will be swiftly cut down, and once the mages are spent, the main body of the army will enter the lair to mop up the remains. As the leader begins counting down the hand signals, a loud belch emanates from the lair doorway. Daring not to breathe, the whole expedition watches powerlessly as a cave troll lumbers out of the doorway. It turns to the side lazily, meeting the leader's gaze uncomprehendingly. As its eyes widen and it raises the misshapen hunk of metal it carries with both hands, the leader desperately cries, "Now! Attack now!" They have a cave troll. The bigger they are. All around the lair are the bodies of feral goblins, mixed with those of some unlucky expedition members. Though the cave troll could crush 10 men with one swing, it was powerless against the forces of gravity. After recovering from the initial chaos, a small squad, led by a mage, managed to lure the troll to the edge of the pit. Their bodies lie down there with the troll now, to be retrieved by a later expedition. Seeing their troll fall broke the will of the remaining feral goblins, and they were easily mown down by the reinvigorated expedition soldiers. The panic spells cast at the beginning of the operation destroyed much of the loot lying out in the open in the lair. As those searching the lair despair, an engineer discovers a hidden compartment at the back behind a makeshift throne of iron. Inside is all manner of decorative metal artifacts, goblets, candlesticks, ceremonial swords. The list goes on. Lose 400 soldiers, gain 0.5 morale, 75 loot. Our morale's looking a little low. It's a little worrying. We do want to upgrade plunder forts on both of those for sure. Okay, Kuzak has fallen. We are going to get a bunch of stuff occupied here. Peace everywhere. Let's go for the bats. Bats, the bats, the bats. Where do I send these mercs? We're gonna have Landshark separatists, Krathanori separatists. What if we didn't, though? What if we simply did not have those rebels? Oh, I don't have any unrest up there either. Wait a second. No rebels at all? That's pretty nice. I need governing capacity, though. Less nice. I'm a little worried about these troops now. The bats above. In the antechamber, a debate rages among the expedition about how best to handle the bats. One fireball and the whole swarm will be set alight, argues a trigger-happy mage. We won't even have to fight them. This idea is quickly vetoed by the leader of the scouts. Are you crazy? You'll bring the whole scaffold down on us. Before the mage can snap a response, he continues, besides, this whole place is hotter than a dragon's armpit. Those bats probably eat magma for breakfast. What if your fireballs make them stronger? Then we'll be fighting giant flaming bats. After several more minutes, the expedition leader steps in to make the final decision. No fireballs. As some of the less disciplined mages sulk, he organizes a group of armored soldiers and light archers to face the bats, leaving the rest of the expedition to hunker down in the antechamber and wait. The plan is simplicity itself. The soldiers will stand in a loose square around the archers, ready to protect them from any swooping bats. As of now, the swarm has not been alerted, so the first strike is the key to the whole operation. The archers have been instructed to aim for the glowing eyes in the darkness, calling out their target's position quietly to ensure no bat is targeted twice. Once all the archers have identified a target, they will fire on the lead archer's mark, hopefully killing or disabling most of the swarm before they can get close. Even without their great numbers, the remaining bats may still be dangerous, as their leathery wings have been known to deflect arrows and chip swords. Still, so long as everyone remains calm, the casualties should be kept to a minimum. Take aim. Silence in the forge. Unfazed by the screeching cries of the bats, the archers identify their targets in mere minutes. Like a well-oiled machine, they fully draw and hold their arrows in unison for a few agonizing seconds. As the cry of fire rings across their ranks, a cloud of arrows sails gracefully up, piercing countless bats. The remaining bats shriek and swoop, their fangs sharper and hide tougher than expected, but with their numbers so thin, casualties from the expedition are left few and far between. While tending to the wounded, a cleric notes that many bats were killed with a single shot through their eye, leaving their unusual reddish hide intact. This unique, fire-resistant pelt will be of interest to many a craftsman back home. Gain 0.5 morale, lose 200 soldiers. I think we're still going to lose this fight. Yikes. Yeah, we lost that fight. And all our manpower. That is a mountain fort. I shouldn't have been so greedy with our carpet sieges. Okay, you go hit these guys. I hate fighting the elves, dude. Beasts everywhere. Let's go after the oozes. We can bring up over our other stack. You need to recover 20,000 troops, so you're not doing anything for a while. Greed is not good? What? What do you mean greed's not good? Are you murking up? Not yet. The magma below. Unsurprisingly, none of the expedition are keen on being sent down the magma-covered platform hanging in the pit. After a quick drawing of lots, a small group of soldiers are chosen to accompany a water mage and an engineer down to the platform to attempt to disable the flow of magma. Sending too many men risks the weakened and overheated supports breaking, and so the remainder of the expedition can do nothing but watch as the group is lowered on chains to the platform. As the first soldier touches down on one of the few magma-free spaces, 2 magma oozes leap at them from the surrounding magma. Only a quick burst of water from the mage above him keeps them from engulfing him, and they are visibly shaken as the oozes recoil back into the safety of the magma. The next few minutes are much the same. The group makes painfully slow progress across the platform, clearing pools of magma and dodging magma ooze ambushes as best they can. As they reach the dense tangle of pipes with controls, the engineer suddenly cries out, "I can see the emergency shutoff pipes, but the valves are broken. I can't close them." There is little time to make a decision. The water mage is visibly exhausted and out of mana potions, and several of the group have already perished to the oozes. If the valves can be repaired and the flow of magma arrested, then the magma oozes on the platform will be severely weakened, perhaps enough to save the brave men down there, though their situation is already pretty dire. What's the worst that could happen if the group is simply allowed to perish? Quickly throw them whatever they need to repair it? Yeah, definitely throw them whatever they need to repair it. What, are we some kind of freaks? Cooling off. The engineer works desperately with what tools and material are thrown down from above. With a grunt of effort, he finally turns the valves and shuts off the flow of magma. The magma oozes stop their assault, confused and weakened, providing the opening for the group to counterattack. Finally, the platform is cleared of magma oozes, and the relieved remainders of the group can be retrieved. As they're being pulled up, the engineer gasps and roars, "Above! Look out above!" Far above, the increased pressure from closing the emergency valve has pushed the pipes past their breaking point. As the expedition scrambles to get clear of them, they explode, showering unlucky expedition members with magma and shrapnel. Were it not for that warning, our casualties would have been much greater. There is a silver lining, too. Inside the magma was precious gemstones and chunks of ore, now left spread out on the platform for the taking. No pain, no gain. Yeah, that's why you just don't leave your men to die, I guess. I think there's a couple of other reasons. The beasts are clear. Let's examine the elevators. Fine. I'm going to take them out. Broken elevators. With the surrounding beasts cleared and the expedition out of danger for now, interest in exploring the lower levels of the forge is reignited. The elevators, once used to travel between floors, hang below, their chains tangled and rusted. Many of the elevators are missing platforms and guardrails, and some have come loose altogether, barely visible, laying battered and broken deep in the pit. In this state, the expedition leader would be hard-pressed to find a single man willing to travel down using these, let alone a whole expedition. After several hours of examinations with telescopes and attempts to untangle the elevators with blasts of air, the engineers have come up with a plan. Though most of the elevators are not worth fixing, a group of large freight elevators have been preserved in good condition and have swung free from the debris binding them thanks to the efforts of the mages. Unfortunately, the brakes are still deployed on each side of the elevator, and their chains have been greatly weakened by the friction as the elevator slipped further and further down over time. If these elevators are hauled up intact, the only major repair required is the replacement of the length of chain that hung above the elevators. However, the engineers caution that the new chain must be sufficiently sturdy metal, or the next elevator to fall may take half the expedition with it. Amid the rhythmic cries of heave ho, as the men haul the elevators up, the expedition leader considers his options. The expedition has small stores of steel, iron, and bronze reserved for mending armor and emergency structural repairs. In a pinch, these could be fashioned into remarkably sturdy chains. Alternatively, the metal scraps strewn about the forge could be used instead. After all, they were good enough for the old dwarves of Grumhardoom. No. Use the emergency metal supplies. Elevator repair for dummies. With the elevator chains replaced and fed into the elevator winches, the expedition watches anxiously as scrap is piled onto the elevator platforms to test their capacity. With the floors of the elevators completely covered, the winches are turned and the elevators groan downward to the bottom of the pit. After a tense few minutes, the elevators arrive back at the top with their load intact and not a single chain so much as cracked. Now who wants to go first? Damn, they're blasting through my fort. I do not appreciate. There we go. Yeah, how's it feel? How's it feel to get obliterated? Huh? Bozo. Let's get this occupied. A good start. With the squatters cleared from the top level of the forge and the elevators repaired, the entrance to the Great Forge has been made safe for now. The lower levels yearn to be explored, and once again, some of the more foolhardy men vie to be the first to set foot below in millennia. Many brave soldiers were lost to the beasts, and many more supplies were spent along the trip. The expedition is also burdened with loot, so much that the expedition leader would have to seriously consider leaving any further treasures behind. The decision is made to retreat for now, returning to the surface to resupply. The expeditionaries will be glad to be free of the cloying heat and eerie emptiness for a time. Those that have set foot in Groom Hardum will be back, though, as the inexorable pull of the forge draws all kinds. Repay them in full and send them back out. 290 ducats, 96 of each monarch point. Which gives us another idea. We have minus 10% idea cost for a little bit longer, I think. Yep. I don't know if we're going to get it in time. Or not. This is going to be 10% more expensive, which is unfortunate. But not the end of the world. That is, we're starting to just on low enthusiasm. I'm grabbing the forts. If we know we can't take everything. I'm taking pure ale in this war, actually. That's 155% overextension. I'm not doing that. That's a stupid idea. I'm just checking to see if Catarata joins. They do not. Don't forget to claim oblations. Yeah, we could definitely do that. Or I could take 970 ducats. I'm gonna gather an army, get a bunch of manpower back. I need to host another blood moon. We gotta go to war with Silver Tusk. When's that truce up? 91. Okay. We're gonna bring these mercs down now. We'll be just fine. Make you over. Dude, they just blast through my forts so quickly. That'll be upgraded in a year, right? Yeah, I'm just gonna let it go on its own. They've got 87,000 troops on that fort. That's wild. Wild stuff. Sarian just rented out more troops against me. Move you in. Troll refugees. Sure. You're going to go over here. Another good chunk of guys gone. Now we need to push up for Khalib. We can get Khalib out of this war. Not that they have a lot of troops, but just to get them out of here. We should just wipe these Syrian troops again. Wait, Syrian owns this? Oh, that's unfortunate. That's going to be annoying. That's going to be very annoying. Okay, yeah, I'm cutting everything off just to make sure. Just to make sure nobody else can snag it. Oh, I forgot about Segdeer. Oh, okay, we're good. Never mind. Weapons of old. I can gain 100 mill points, 20 religious power, and 15 prestige. Or I can gain 10% infantry combat ability and 5% shock damage for 9 years. What an odd timing. Yeah. Give me the damage. Give me the damage. Do. We're gonna need another frenzy at some point here. Eliza's throwing. Bro, what? Fuck off. What are you? Why? Why? Go away. How many times do I have to walk back and wipe your troops? What do you want? How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? There's the siege of Khalib. Khalib, frick off. I can't claim oblations from you. Boo. There. Bozo. Wipe Eliza's troops now. Get rid of them. Get them out of here. You retreat on the boats? Yeah, you are. That's fine. I can't do anything about that. I can just get a couple of occupations here. I think we can get him out. Should be real nice. I don't know why I'm building a spy network on Arnodin still. Build one on Silver Tusk. And I guess that's it. Are we gonna have time? Are we gonna have a break after we fight Silver Tusk again? That's what it looks like. All right, let's do another expedition. There's Argrod 2. So we have 7.1 morale right now. Are we sure we shouldn't go defensive ideas? Because that go crazy. That would go absolutely wild. We have a ton of morale. Organize the troops. Twice. I think we're fine with that morale. I'll get 0.5 more morale. And we will start the expedition. Good luck, boys. Alright, Eliza. I want you to go away. Oh, I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out by the AI landing behind me. Just fight me like a man, okay? Fight me like a man, right here, please. A peculiar message. As the expedition once again passes over the threshold of Groom Hardum, the familiar heat of the forge hits them. This time, most of the expedition members have stowed the heavy armor they wore through the caves in favor of lighter leather and hide armor. Some mages have even procured magical armor engraved with temperature-controlling runes, much to the jealousy of the other members. Many survivors of the last expedition have returned as expected, eager to see what hides in the lower levels that were made accessible by their previous efforts. Since the last expedition, some small exploratory parties have braved the journey to the lower levels to scout ahead. All turned back quickly from the heat, unsettled by the unnatural emptiness of the cavernous forge. Their efforts were not in vain, however, as the last party noticed a peculiar stack of engraved metal plates on the lower levels near an elevator. Some of these plates were scattered around as well, and they appear to have all originally been identical. These plates are all melted, dented, torn, or scratched in different places. No fully intact plate exists. The engraving is clearly some form of runic script, but the deciphering the whole message is difficult. Additionally, the back of some of the plates holds a different engraving. With the least damaged plates spread out on the floor, learned members of the party puzzle over what their original message could be. It's all gnomish to me. My burning heart. After almost an hour of pondering, the cleric speaks up with his translation. According to him, it's part of an old dwarven love poem passed around to boost morale among the workers, reading, "Do not let the father's tears quench your burning heart, and let nobody label your feelings." For a moment, there is only stunned silence among the expedition. Then a soldier cuffs him over the head. "Idiot, this is the Groom Hardum, not the tunnels of Abdel Ludum." After several more hours of bickering, the expedition is no closer to the true meaning of the plates, and thus the expedition leader calls for them to move on. Actually, I thought the poem was rather touching. It's always funny that the perspective is always from the dwarven perspective. So you get these weird, like, dwarf culture knowing orcs. When do you leave? The 4th and the 24th, and I get there on the 30th? That's fine. I should get a pretty easy stack wipe. We're gonna get this siege? No. Beneath the cauldron. As the expedition travels slowly down the repaired freight elevators, they take in the sights surrounding the huge cauldron of the Great Forge. Metal rings of flooring similar to the top level surround the cauldron at different heights. Great pipes lead to and from the cauldron of smaller vats, forges, smithing stations, and carved chambers on each floor. These floors are much better preserved and have not been infested by squatters, owing to the difficulty of reaching them. Still, the squatters managed to despoil the lower floors with rotting bodies and trash left lying near the edges of the floors and piled up in the great cauldron, thrown into the central pit with no care for the destination. Soot blankets the floors and walls of each level, crunching underfoot and leaving ugly black stains behind. Below the huge cauldron on the bottom floor lies a fine mesh, still smoldering and belching strange vapors. The great furnace below has not completely extinguished even after millennia of disuse, leaving the whole of Gumhardum swelteringly hot. Some engineers of the expedition shudder, imagining working here when the furnaces were still going at full blast. Once the repaired elevators touch the bottom floor for the first time, the expedition scouts dart off to explore the depths of Gurum Hardum. A ring of engraved steel surrounds the mesh on the bottom floor, though it is difficult to see through the ankle-high piles of dust, bones, soot, and metal scraps that have collected over time. A rough stone tunnel is the only exit in the walls of the bottom floor, in line with the entrance gate far above. The scouts who enter the tunnel return blackened with soot and panting for breath. They descend in a gently sloping spiral, approaching the smoldering furnace beneath the mesh. Their exploration was halted by magma pouring lazily from cracks above and in the walls, covering the huge steel bridge in front of them. As far as they could tell, the bridge is still intact, but the magma must be cleared to gain access to the furnace. After reviewing the structure and pipeworks of the forge, the engineers of the expedition have determined the magma blocking the bridge should be flowing into the furnace below. Something is blocking the pipes into the furnace and causing an overflow of magma. How the forge is still smoldering without the heat of the magma is unknown, but irrelevant for now. Judging by the inscriptions and what remain on each level, the penultimate level is the best bet to clear the magma. Somewhere on that floor are the controls to manage the flow of magma and water used to generate steam into the furnace below. The scouts look to the expedition leader, wondering where to search first. We go left. I'd rather not give up perform progress growth. Irrelevant? Sure. Yeah, I'm sure it has nothing to do. Has nothing to do with it. We just failed a 78% siege, and they want a 7% siege. That just about sums up U4. Complex controls. The left side of the penultimate level is home to a series of small control chambers. All these chambers were once almost identical, containing pipes rising up from the floor and into the ceiling of each, adorned with various valves and levers. Now the control chambers are a spectrum from almost untouched to no more than a pile of rubble in a doorway. Unfortunately, the inscriptions above each room have long since worn away, making it difficult to tell what purpose even the intact control rooms serve. After a fruitless search for any more clues to each room's purpose, the expedition leader dispatches an engineer and a mage to the bottom floor. With a combination of divination and mechanical knowledge, they locate the pipes buried in the rock that run to the furnace and follow them back up to the chamber that controls them. At first, it appeared that the expedition was out of luck. The chamber the engineer pointed to was one full of rubble. After a little excavation, however, it was clear that the rubble was from partial collapse of only one wall. With some improved braces, a further collapse is prevented, and once the rubble is cleared out, the expedition leader can walk through the open path into the control chamber. Mercifully, the pipes and controls were not touched by the collapse and are still mostly intact. There are only 3 controls in the pipes, a pair of iron valves surrounding a strange reddish lever. The valves were once colored too. There are small flecks of paint still stuck to the rear of them. It seems that the left valve was once a peculiar light green, while the right valve was a deep yellow in color. Aside from the pipes running up the back wall of these controls, the room is empty, uniform cube, only large enough for a handful of people. Alone in the room for now, the expedition leader ponders his options. You know I want to pull the red lever. You know I want to pull the red lever. But I'm going to search for instructions. You're standing on it. The expedition leader crouches next to a cleric in the control room, puzzling over the inscription carved into the floor. Who knows what the architects were thinking, placing the instructions there, but luckily they were not too badly damaged by the cave-in or the leader's boots. After several hours of painstaking restoration with small brushes, weak cleaning acid, and lots of water, the inscription is now completely legible. Even so, it is not trivial to understand. It reads, "Those from Abdel Ledem finish last. He of Garazimdir moves before he of Urkukulan." Given the number of control rooms and the bizarre wording of the inscription, the cleric had suggested it function as a mnemonic for the dwarves working here, though he could not decode it himself. The message was relayed outside the whole expedition, but as of yet, nobody has suggested how it relates to the controls in the room. Well, it's a good thing we've got map gamers here, because I know the colors of these tags. We go green, yellow, red, though Abdel Ledem is pink. But, close enough. Let's take a look at those controls again. Madura bar has been taken. Will you frick off? No, no, no. I'm not accepting you keeping these alliances. They're annoying as hell. Thank you. Now, hopefully, Kedarata kicks the shit out of Elizna. Not too much. I don't want him to take a bunch, but I do want him to beat him. Complex controls. We go green. The expedition leader completes his action, and a satisfying whirring and hissing emanates from the pipes before him. The sound echoes out into the main area where the expedition waits, assuaging fears of a pipe explosion and soothing frayed nerves. You'll accept that. I will take less money. I will take ablations. I want full money. Silver Tusk, do I have? No. Let's submit to the frenzy. Last frenzy we're going to do for a minute here. Because we need to do some blood moons. Let me pull the yellow valve. Giving us morale. I love it. You split up like this. Get everything occupied. You start making your way up towards Silver Tusk. I'm going to send you into the mountains first. I'm going to delete this fort. And we're going to pull the red lever. Ta-da! Victory. How much admin is this going to cost? 505. No admin points for me. Let's move on. We've done what we can. I do catch his army, and we do wipe it. Should be able to take all the money that I want. You are a rat, sir. A rat. A little, stinky, bad rat. I've killed your troops. I've occupied your country. And yet, you have the audacity to tell me no in the peace deal? Frick you, sir. Frick you. I don't know if I even want these forts out here. Can I turn the harpy mask on, please? I keep forgetting. Oh, I keep forgetting. Frick, man. Okay. All of you need to move up towards Silvertusk, because that's the next war. These 9,000 troops can become involved, because there's nothing to colonize. And we will go to the right side of the rooms. It's the color of the gem, not the tag. Is that real? I mean, it works. I mean, I was still right. But I guess that's good to know. Is there anything I need to build right now? Technically, I can keep preparing these. I gotta do this before I can look at stuff. That was a question, not a statement. Oh. Oh, is it the color? I think it's just the color of the tag. One of them is just gold, not a gem. Well, yeah, like Verkogulan is yellow, so that was the yellow lever. And Grazamdir is green. Because that's the Peridot Keep, right? And this is the Gold Keep, and then this is Abdulatum, which is pink. They said it was a red-ish lever, which, I mean, pink is red-ish. Television. The right side of the penultimate level has only a smattering of carved antechambers, all of which have collapsed and are inaccessible. Usually there's a large carved stone tunnel as well. It's long but narrow, with smoothly curving walls and tipped with a simple stone staircase leading upwards. Curiously, the air in the tunnel is comparatively cooler and pleasantly humid, more akin to a beach holiday than a desert trek. The scouts sent into the tunnel are forced to return soon, however. The flickering orange light from above the staircase and the chaotic magic energy swirling in the tunnel can only mean one thing: an infestation of magma oozes. The cool air means there is very little magma in the tunnel, so each ooze should be comparatively weaker than the ones experienced on the first floor. Still, the tunnel is far too narrow for a large force to enter, whereas the amorphous oozes will have no problem utilizing their numbers. Ignoring the men clamoring to stand in the refreshing draft, the expedition leader begins selecting a team to clear the tunnel. I want water mages and armored soldiers. Like shooting oozes in a barrel. A line of soldiers advances steadily through the tunnels, with jets of water sailing over their heads and shoulders on oncoming oozes. Each ooze is stunned by the water and swiftly crushed by the nearest soldier. Those soldiers who are burnt or exhausted are rotated back and replaced with fresher soldiers, while the mages scan the roof and walls for ambushing oozes in their downtime while drinking mana potions. Even those soldiers at the back have a purpose, picking through dead oozes searching for absorbed valuables. With the last ooze reduced to a splatter of magma, the whole tunnel has been cleared with precious few casualties. I love it when a plan comes together. Precious few casualties. 200 men dead. Okay, yeah, man. That's like basically no casualties. When you really think about it. That's like basically nobody died. It's free. That's a free expedition right there. Some of you may die, but that is a risk I'm willing to take, of course. I'm about to max out on Diplo. I don't... Oh, I'll do one development here. Okay, I need to find... Kincaon? Okay, that's there. Eastern Reach. Oh, okay. And Damazgubli. Damazgubli. Where is Damazgubli? I don't know. I spelled it wrong. No, I didn't. The owner of Damazgubli has a spy network of 40. Open for colonization. Where would that be? It's going to be over here somewhere. I would assume. Do I need to steal maps on Black Herd here? Damazgubli. I'm definitely not spelling it wrong, which means I can't see it. Owned by Masked Butcher. Open for colonization. Where can I colonize around here? Outside the Serpent Spine. Here. I bet you it's here. I bet you it's these guys. Because they want us to block off the east. So, fort here, fort up here. I bet you that's what it is. I bet you that's what it is. Let me build a spy network on Correcting Fort. Who's no longer allied to Kugdir. The Dry River. The cause of the pleasant climate in the tunnel is revealed as the expedition emerges into a naturally formed underground cavern. The difference between the work of nature and of man is striking after so long spent in the painstakingly carved rooms of the forge. It appears that once a great underground river flowed through the cavern, slowly carving peculiar channels into the rock. The sound of flowing water still echoes down the cavern, but a bronze dam blocks the river. The dam stretches most of the way up to the cavern ceiling, but with 4 great gates lined along the base. These 4 gates are open, but clogged with debris from upstream, leaving the underground riverbed bone dry. Scouts sent to climb the dam report seeing a frothing swell of water on the other side, battering the dam. At the other end of the underground riverbed, the floor suddenly drops and huge pipes snake off in different directions to deliver water to the forge. It seems that the dam gates were once controlled mechanically, as they are far too heavy to be operated by hand. They also had retractable gates, presumably to prevent them from being clogged as they are now, but they were either torn from the dam or left up. The valves and levers on the dam itself do nothing now, so the debris will need to be cleared another way. Oh, we're blowing things up. A little bit of explosions. Lining the tunnel on the top of the dam, the expedition watches as the engineers secure the last of the explosives on the debris in the 4 gates. As the lead engineer counts down to detonation, the expedition retreats into the tunnel for safety. 3, 2, 1, detonate! The sound of the explosion booms through the tunnel, echoing off the curved walls countless times and shaking dust loose from the ceiling. Once the shaking is stopped, the expedition peers tentatively over the edge and into the cavern. The dam is a little blackened, but still intact. More importantly, the debris is gone, and water once again flows through the riverbed. Hopefully, this cools the forge down. Yes, hopefully. Oh, we're sieging now, boys. Oh, we're sieging now. That's what we love to see. That's what I'm here for. That's where we've been trying to get. It's just super duper fast sieging. Beneath the cauldron, the expedition exits the chamber, returning to the soot-strewn penultimate level of the forge. Everyone settles down, leaning against walls and pipes to catch their breath as best they can in the sweltering heat of the forge. After just a few minutes of respite, the expedition leader calls out to the order to begin exploring the opposite side of the floor. Quickly, we must see if the magma has cleared. I need to spend more diplo points. Well, okay, Abdul needs to die. They have 3 gold mines. 3. I'm just going to keep developing gold. Okay, so I have to go after Eastern Reach. I need to... I need to build ramparts here and here. I need to build governing capacity, I guess. Yeah. Big go cap. We're you supposed to upgrade the great project? We can't upgrade until we're done with it. We're not done with it yet. The Burning Bridge. Despite the best efforts of the expedition, the steel bridge that leads into the furnace is still covered in magma. The flow has relented somewhat, leaving sections of the bridge clear enough for the expedition to pass through, but magma still pours from above and pools upon the bridge. The bubbling, roiling pool of magma that has collected beneath the bridge is uncomfortably close, leaving the bridge hot enough to burn skin on contact. Despite these adversities, the expedition leader makes the decision to push on while the bridge is somewhat passable. As scouts move ahead, examining magma pools for waiting oozes and clearing magma best they can, the expedition follows. Wash your feet, stick to the center. Now this war, or peace deal, is real easy. I just want this glade. That's it. he says, when he then considers the greed. That puts a whole bunch of people back into the coalition. I don't know if I care, though. I don't really want to be overextended is the thing. But if I take this, then I can just put one fort. Well, yeah. Forts in the deep would suck. You don't put them everywhere. No, I can take less land. I can take less land and claim oblations and money. That would be the smart thing to do. Do I have 5 ogres now? No, I still only have 4. I need to get 5 ogres so I can get the increase to my monthly religious power. You can walk back here, because we're going to be at peace for a little bit now. Well, that's not true. We're not going to be at peace. What am I saying? I'm just kidding. We're going after these guys. And then after Black Herd. We got to secure our stuff here. The Furnace Gate. As the expedition advances towards the location of the furnace, the tunnel becomes rougher and less uniform. This was clearly once part of a natural cave system and was left mostly untouched by the dwarves constructing the forge. Light flickers strangely off ore seams, and the walls seem to close in as they keep advancing. The heat grows and grows until the expedition is walking through a visible heat haze, with many mages reporting visible magical distortions as well. Finally, a huge pair of doors are illuminated before them. These are similar to the doors at the entrance of Groom Hardum, but they show signs of being hastily barricaded from the side. Steel bars, sheets of iron, and other makeshift materials have been bolted and welded to the gates, and hastily carved inscriptions and wards cover the whole door. Evidently, despite the forge being abandoned in a hurry, the inhabitants were gravely concerned about whatever was behind this door. This is the last straw for the expedition leader. Many of the expedition are at risk of passing out from the heat, with mages reporting nausea and dizziness from the chaotic magical energies swirling before the door. He knows that in this state, even a flock of bats would pose a serious challenge, let alone whatever is sealed behind those doors. The expedition retreats back across the steel bridge for now, resolving to return better prepared to face whatever lies inside. I remember what's inside now. I remember. I also know we have finished offensive ideas. And I don't want either of those policies. I mean, the trade efficiency and movement speed is nice, but I don't want to lose the mill here. I don't think that's necessarily worth it. Let's not fully occupy this guy. I don't want to get a call for peace. $867. Yikes. Take a loan. Take a loan and upgrade. Can I deal with you real quick? Leave the cannons behind. Yep. We'll just quickly take these guys out, and then we can try and grab Eastern Reach as well. Promising trader. It's a cheaper trade efficiency guy. I will hire him. Makes us a little bit of money. Almost time for Miltech. I'm not going to take Miltech 16 on time, I don't think. Which is a little worrying, for sure. But I can also build a bunch more troops. Yeah. We should definitely get a full backline of cannons. We will summon a Blood Moon. We gain 1 stability from that, and we max out on Diplo. Give us a bunch of admin. It's good, because we're going to need it. Don't want to do any other kind of development, so just encourage development here. Let's not develop Serpent Bloom. Not exactly worth anything. We'll bring all my shippies together. You can get back to protecting trade in Bahar. Let me get you upgraded, though. That way you keep making me the monies. Hey, I see you down there. I see you sieging my stuff down. I don't appreciate that. Hey, I see you too. Rats, get out of here. I've shown you mercy. Well, not really. It's not really mercy. I just don't want to attack you. Sirenvar is preparing to attack. Which is another reason why I don't really want to leave him alive. Silver Tusk, that is. But I do want to grab oblations. So we will. In case there's a mission later on that's like, ah, you need to grab 30 oblations or whatever. When that's built, then we can complete the mission, which will be pretty good. Can I flip the orc back to ogre? Hypothetically, I should be able to. We have 92,000 troops. That's kind of cringe. Too much religious freedom. I agree. I'm not exactly sure what our religion... Well, I know what our religion is, but I'm not sure we truly follow that. You know, last I checked, Dukinson wasn't like, ah, yes, you should steal the faces off of people. Even Dukinson might go, I don't know, man. That sounds like a bad idea to me. Sounds like a pretty bad idea to me. Wrong religion? Old Dukin? Great Dukin. Did I say Dukinson? I meant Dukin. My bad. I'm getting my orc religions all mixed up. Send in the cavalry. Yo, we have 0 cavalry. Huge. Dukin never said we couldn't steal faces. Okay, that is true. He never said we couldn't do it, but he never said we could either. If you want to start making that kind of argument. I didn't know that we were having theological debates about how to interpret the word of Dukin. If we only accept literal interpretation or other kinds of interpretation. Steal maps? Am I just sitting here without stealing those maps? I am. I will steal the map when we get that spy network up. And we have finished that level 2 great project. The saving grace of the Serpent Spine is the fact that these monsters has, as of yet, failed to reach the rail yard of Ernet Vir. Should such a thing occur, they would surely obtain total uncontested control over the rest of the mountains. So long as the threat remains contained to the Serpent's Reach and Bulwar, I do not anticipate a need to react any more than the world did to, say, the Goblin Exodus. Magister Gelman. That's a crazy thing to say, because we are not the same thing as goblins. We discover Serpent's Vale in the Northern Pass region. For 50 years, we get minus 15% core creation cost, minus 0.02 monthly autonomy change. And no, this is not the provinces I'm looking for, but one of these might be. Man, can you just give up? This is a little ridiculous. Just a little bit. I just want these 2 caves. I don't even want your stuff outside the mountains. Fine. You know, I really didn't want to fight his peasants, but I guess we will. You're welcome, Brassard Chess. Good guy, orcs. Let's get out there. You need stuff? You do need stuff. Very nice. Oh, we gotta do with these rebels. The cores are done, so we can peace out Silver Tusk. We can delete both of these forts. All of them. I don't need any of them. Well, the mines of Yaflor. The deep woods have been dealt with. Oh, okay. Cold iron. With iron razors sharp and keen, come make a pact or reign unseen. For power gained through whispered lies will turn the sun and shroud the skies. Speaker of curses. The pact of the razor. In the eternity that has passed for it, the trader of masks and faces has met countless beings. Elves born to this forest and elves born to the fallen empire. Goblins of the caves and goblins of the lost kingdom. Orcs that followed the son of a god and orcs who had turned the attention to the Prince of Ashes. The creature, this Otar that stood before them, was different, changed, twisted in some fundamental, irreversible, all-encompassing way. But these were idle observations, simple details added to the Archfae's ledgers as it awaited a response to its offer. The build-up to the moment had been short and wordless, for the trader had learnt that diplomacy meant little to the Otar and its hordes. They had merely needed to approach the beast at the opportune moment and unfurl two of its many hands. One held the knife, the other a faded mask radiating with power. This knife is hunger. It yearns for you. Take it. Cut yourself apart. Take a new face. Little more was needed to understand the nature of this exchange. Interesting. Reject this dominion, make the forest your own, O God begot, or one mask for another, O God begot. We can benefit from the mines of Yaflor Great Project. Mask of the Great Fae will be granted to Arak and Cash, which gives -3 local unrest and 10% local goods produced in the deep woods. I mean, it is pretty good. That's a pretty good offer. But our ruler is really good. Like, there's no guarantee we get a 646 again. You know what I mean? Hey, Wrath, how you doing? What mod is this? This is Anbennar. It is a total overhaul mod for Europa Universalis 4 with a custom world with custom nations and mission trees. Real cool stuff. Right now we're playing as orcs that steal people's faces, and then I don't think we eat them, but we're definitely evil. Definitely real. Exclamation point Anbennar, Anbennar. We'll get you to the Steam page. A link to it. I think I take this. I think we just say Rippy Dippy to good old Otar Brasseur Manhunter here. And I take that 10% goods produced. 346, I'll take it. He's gonna be a mage. Mage. Okay. No mage. You rat. Don't... Frick, dude. Okay, we do need to check. What wars do we have now? Technically, none. Realistically, Sariand. The Sergeant Chest would not join, which is great. I need land over here. We need 20 Centaur Pop provinces. We need to own these areas. I also need to go to war with people in the north. Kugdir, Kraktenvor. Shattered Crown Truce isn't up until 1601. But really, I think the answer is Kugdir. Even that will be kind of annoying. What you're saying is this is normal EU4. We are playing in Eastern Europe. Yeah, actually, this is just Poland. This is just base EU4 Poland, pretty much, when you really think about it. Just get rid of all the cavalry. Just want that. And I know that we could have taken Centaur land there, but it's fine. I need to cancel that missionary. That way I can manually core this. Thank you. And take that admin tech, finally. And I'm going to buy down inflation once. I'm going to pay off that loan. Oh, okay. Sariand. Oh, I should submit to the frenzy. Get the blood frenzy, CB. And blood frenzy this bozo. You guys got to move down to join the fight. You can also move down and you go to here because I'm going to build out that stack into another full stack. Yeah, because we've got plenty of land force limit. I do need to do that tier 3 though of that expedition. But I do know that we're going to have to actually invest into it. We can't just not invest because it will not go well. Let me grab a general. Ooh. Okay, we do have 100 army tradition. I would really love to do another Dukin's Guidance. Okay, 6 shock pips. I mean, that's what we need. We don't really do the whole fire pips thing since we're orcs. What is it that we do again? It's like, is it 20% more? Uh, 15% more shock damage. We do 10% less land fire damage. We do 10% less artillery combat ability. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna start hurting a lot. In fact, like a lot. Would Mass Butcher be more like Serbia? No. You know what? I'll be bold here, and I will say there's not a single human on this planet like a masked butcher orc. I know. Crazy. Crazy stuff. At least that I know of. Maybe someone's got some secrets out there that they should not be sharing here. Or you should, so that way you can be arrested and taken away from the rest of society that you clearly don't need to be. You freak. You absolute freak. If you are cutting the faces off of people, not good. Not very cool, man. Not appreciated. We are going to have so much inflation forever. Oh, I don't have a troop up here. Build one single guy right. Doesn't matter. I can't get to the northern pass right now. So I can't even steal the maps I'm trying to steal. Bozo. Bozo behavior. Wait, maybe I can. Maybe I can. Regent? No. Because this is not the West Forbidden Plains. That's Yil Moista, right? So I can't do that. I'll deal with those rebels momentarily. Deal with the rebels. On the year tick, we can take tech. I want to do another Blood Moon. Oh, I do need to go to war with Rayuel as well. And then another war with the old Bursartan chess. That will be pretty good. We can get that done. Excuse me. Syrian has 81,000 troops. Are these 81 real troops? He's only got 14,000 mercs. So he will have some cannons. Let's deal with these rebels. That will get automatically unsieged. You need to go deal with Serpent Spine rebels, please. You are now a new 30-10 stack, so let's bring you down and towards the front line. 1 month. Now, I don't know where Syrian's 80,000 troops are. They could be over here, in which case splitting up my troops like this is pretty dangerous. Okay, well, you're cheating. You're cheating by hiding in that province. Take both of those. We can upgrade our cannons to chamber demi cannons. 183 religious power. Turn that edict off. If we save up a little bit, then we can consider doing that expedition. Okay, he's got a lot of troops over here. Fair enough. Segdir is sieging down this fort. We know that we can't realistically defend that, so we're just gonna let them do their thing. Some kind of general here, just in case. Deal with those rebels. Build me one guy, so I can unsiege these. Going down there, very nice. You keep out. You go grab that province. Segdir left the siege because they're fighting rebels. That's nice for us. We've culture converted that gold province. Okay. Siege. Wow, Syrian took a bunch over here. Like a whole bunch. Did they just sit in their capital? Yeah, they are. Okay. They do, in fact, just be sitting on that capital. I have 1,700 ducats. I'm going to spend them on governing capacity, because what else do you spend ducats on? I don't know. All I ever spend them on. Just more governing capacity. That's it. Too much land, not enough room to hold everything. Let us summon the Blood Moon. Give us a bunch of monarch points. Very nice. I'm going to buy down inflation. Even though we are behind on admin tech, I'm aware. Need to be making some money. Yeah, monies. Right, rebels dealt with. Now, you haven't, like, elfified this, right? Are those always Zanite? They have centaurs, so it doesn't matter. "20 own provinces have any centaur pop. We don't. Everything in Igor Nezg and Cobhamus. Cobhamius? Freaking centaurs, man. Centaur words. Igor and Cobhamus. Oh. Damn it, I should have taken the stuff from this guy. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's another center of trade right here that I want to take. I don't want to go and try and siege down a fort here. I feel like it's a real bad idea with this stack. Like, they'll just get picked off. Sure, I can get rid of adventurers wanted. There's no other way for me to get rid of them. Hey. Hey, we got a Sariander. Get him. Don't let him out. Elican enters their golden age. That should be Khalib out of this war. Let's push Sarian off their capital. These 40,000 are going to walk back, and they're going to contest the Segdarian troops that are going towards Holjorkad. Off we go. I can also bring these mercs around. Got Oblig's child rebels. Okay, go deal with them. Oh, did I fight them? Or did they just walk away? No, I definitely fought them. I just did not pay enough attention. Oops. I guess we're just built different. Okay, Segdir runs away immediately. Jad, can I have access? Thank you. I'm gonna chase these guys onto that fort. Oh, that fort's even better. Level 2 fort. We should really consider deleting the forts or upgrading them. One or the other. Level 2 forts do nothing for us. Nice stack wipe. Starian's down to 18,000 troops. 90 religious power. You know what? Why don't you come contest this? Okay. Kugdir's gonna be next. 94,000. 666. Tech 16. Alright. That's fine. Split up into stacks of 10,000, because they shouldn't contest that at all. In fact, you can go even smaller. They're definitely not going to contest you out there. Nor you. You can secure Bulwar the province. Segdir has fallen. Sue for peace. I want the pieces of their Dwarvicron. 40 war score. I don't know which ones they have. I can start restoring Serpent's Veil irrigation. I'm not sure we're going to need to do that. Segdir has the citrine, of course, and the amethyst and the diamond we can still find because they're still in an expedition. We just have to do a bunch of expeditions, and it would be worth it to do them. Small investment of monarch points. Segdir. Is the citrine the improved relations one? Or is it the production efficiency one? I think it's improved relations. Which, you know, isn't that great for us. This doesn't start Zanite? Well, it must be a mission then, because they have full tolerance of centaurs. So it couldn't have been Hehuin. I suppose it could have been, it just be a little weird. Okay, you can go where? Siren Bar is in 1599. Now, I don't necessarily want any more land in Siren Bar. But I don't want them to join any possible coalition. Though I think we're fine on the coalition for now. I think I'm fine letting them go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's 15 provinces that will have centaurs. A little upsetting. That's going to cost me 323 admin. Skill issue for not having admin ideas. And I can take the rest of it from Black Herd, so that's fine. Claim oblations. Take max money. Take war reps. I know that we need more land from Sarian, but for now, this will be fine. The cheese of legends. Suriel blessed his people with many gifts, and one of them was the art of cheese making that his son, Pinagar, taught to the Bulwari. Since then, Bulwari palates have been delighted with countless cheeses. One of these cheeses is produced by the Gelkar shepherds of Lawashar, a creamy, slightly moist, rimeless cheese. It is aged for no more than 6 months. According to legend, this unique cheese was created when Ukdan Manad, a poor shepherd, was smitten by a harpy journeying past the cave he rested in. Abandoning his meager lunch of used milk cheese and stale bread, he ran to try and catch her. When he returned dejected some weeks later, he saw distinctive veins of blue mold throughout his forgotten lunch. These veins of the same color as lapis are the pride of Lawashar and its many imitators today, imparting a strong tanginess and fragrance with a short maturation period of only a few weeks. We could invest in Lawashar to increase the production and make the world know the virtues of cheese. I mean, we might as well. As long as it doesn't produce anything better. Lawashar. Oh yeah, that's fine. Get rid of that wool. Invest in the cheese. Heretic culture. What? Oh, shit. Right. The plan was to culture convert everything over to orc. Yo, I forgot about that one. Yeah, unless it's in one of these reserves, because then it's super duper stupid expensive. But the rest of this should absolutely, especially if it's fully stated, be converted over to my culture. And nothing else to spend Diplo points on. You know? All of that can get changed. And this can too, because this is the reserve, right? I'm pretty sure this becomes the reserve. What am I waiting for that? Oh, no, I took the other option. I took the other option. So I didn't do that. There'll still be elf minorities here, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, and we can always conquer more elf land if I need it. I think I just realized what I did. I'm so sorry, Kobold. I'm so sorry. I realized that my focus was on kobolds, and when you do the blood moon, you sacrifice whoever you're focusing. No! No! They were just little guys. They didn't deserve that. I could have done humans. There's so many humans. They're everywhere. Man. My bad, kobolds. My bad. Was a lot of inflation. Oh yeah, we've got 4 gold mines that are just pumping out value. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one's still only 6 development, but yeah, we get a lot of inflation yearly, but it's fine. What are you gonna do? He murdered the poor little guys. Okay, and that was like a surprise? Hello? Have you been listening to the flavor when I read it? Okay, he's at minus 18. I really don't appreciate that Segdir doesn't want to just give me this freaking rock. I just want this stupid rock, okay? That's it. Just give me the rock. Maybe I'm asking too much. Maybe I'm being too greedy. For a rock I probably don't even really want. Is that 90% defensiveness? No, it's 9. I was like, what? There we go. The Citrine of Segdir. Oh, it's a trade efficiency one. One of the greatest holds in all Dwarf of Segdir contributed a great citrine gem to the Dwarvikron as a gesture of good faith, a symbol of wealth and commerce. It was lost in the waning days of the Dwarven Empire. Recently, we located the gem and liberated it from its former owners. With it now in our hands, our claim to rule the Middle Dwarvar will surely be more compelling to our prospective subjects. That's good. We do make a lot of money from trade. And Sariend, I will take all these provinces in here. I will break your alliance with no one. I will claim oblations and war reps and money. Forbidden lands. Replace me. Oh, right. The war is coming to a close. We've defeated the combined hordes of the Khan and his Ordsakar, and our own forces are free to move into the area. But here, there's nothing to move into. One could walk over 100 miles and not find another settlement. The native centaurs live freely, migrating across the steppes, stopping for a week or two before continuing on. It is apparently their god who commands them to live in this manner. Life is harsh in these lands, and they enjoy few of the benefits of civilization. But we have an opportunity. We came to tame these lands and seek whatever riches might lie on the other side. But the presence of the centaurs looms over the idea like a storm cloud. They are seen as strange and uncouth by most, and as monstrous and evil by many more. Some claim the only solution is to kill the beasts on sight wherever they may be found. However, the wisest amongst our advisors realize that such a course of action will likely do us more harm than good. The centaurs will not simply roll over and let us kill them. They will resist, and when they do, they will strike harder than ever. These advisors instead push for a careful deployment of administrators and settlers to these forbidden lands. We have a lot of work ahead of us. So all provinces initially owned by centaurs are forbidden, giving plus 100 local autonomy. So we have the outpost mechanic that we can play around with now. Well, I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. It can stay 100 autonomy for all I care. I just need the land for a mission, so jot that down. Well, you can come back up here, you can come back up here, and we'll make our way towards the Kugdir. We will go to war with them, because we need the entirety of the Western Serpent Spine under our control. Grombar's gonna snag some of it, by the way. We know he is. Nathalair, your ass is lucky I don't kill you. We need to develop everything in Daravan's Folly to have 8 development. And I need 3 temples. So any extra monarch points I have from now on need to be put into here. And that will give us a bunch of nulls. Seize Crown Land. Next month we can probably grab. We should probably grab the combat bonuses. Probably what we need the most. Against the dwarves here. Do I have Frenzy? If not, it's fine. I do not. So we'll have to get Frenzy. I've re-allied Krakenvor. Bleh. Bleh. Gross. Why would you do that? Dukin's guidance. For war, 15% morale of armies, 100% army tradition from battles, 10% shock damage, minus 10% shock damage received, plus 20% dev cost. We gain 25 army tradition. That brings our morale to 7.6. Which is actually really good for us. Obviously. But specifically for us, because I need to do that expedition. And that's going to save me a lot of monarch points. If I don't have to buy up morale all the way to the max myself. Which we're going to need a lot of morale and a lot of discipline for that bad boy. A lot. Now you can keep the mercs down here to deal with rebels. Who am I kidding? Someone's got to deal with the rebels. I'm going to pay off my loan and I'll build 3 temples. 1, 2, 3. Then I'll build more governing capacity. We love building governing capacity. Oh, right. I need to build a fort here. Yeah, just delete both of these buildings. They both gotta go. Because I need to build a fort and a ramparts and a barracks. That's already going to be 3, and this is stupid expensive to develop. Obviously, we need to wait until Dukin's guidance is gone to do any kind of developing. Otherwise, I'm just throwing monarch points in a hole. And we are not kobolds, so we do not throw valuable things into holes. Not our vibe. Ooh, and a bunch of culture changes. Very nice. And it's going to make us a little bit more money from tax and get us a little bit more manpower, which... that's another thing that we're going to need to do. But we have to wait for 100 religious power here. So I can get frenzy. This is going to be one expensive war. Ugh. 84 development. Start building a spy network on Grombar. So that way they don't get as much aggressive expansion. We'll do the same thing with Korentar. We're actually going to have to build a spy network to stop aggressive expansion, which is wild. Korentar is actually already a lost cause. We'll ignore that. Just worry about Grombar. Yeah, but I think we'll do that tomorrow. Tomorrow. We did pretty good expansion today. We got more Bulwar. We got 4 glades, or 3 more glades in the deep woods, and we've made our way up into the northern parts of the Serpent Spine here. We need to own all of it. All these claims, I think we need to own. Which is why I don't want to go into the deep woods any more than I have to. Because we've already got plenty of spaces for us to go. And remember, when we get to the bottom of this mission tree, it expands. So, that'll be something. That will be something. Something that we worry about tomorrow. Not today. Thank you all for watching, for hanging out. Do appreciate it. Exclamation point VOD to get to the VOD channel. If you missed the first 2 episodes of Masked Butcher, they are up there. There's 2, I think. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure there's 2. I think. Pretty sure. Exclamation point Discord to get to the Discord. Hang out. No, if I am not streaming, I will usually say something there. Let's see if there's anybody out there playing some Anbennar. Yeah, Fengard is doing more kobolds. I will send you guys on over there for the continuation of more kobolds, and I'll be back tomorrow. All right. So that's going to be it for today. I'd like to thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you in the next one.